See, this time, it very quickly went from small widescreen to full screen. So not sure what was up with yesterday. But good morning, folks. A little early start today because I want to get through the Dao. The Outlying Islands, the Forbidden Island, the Isolated Island, Desolate Island. I want to finish it today. And I think I made some decent progress, but man, the game started off pretty interesting, but it was a slog part way through yesterday, with the way the cruise ship level just keeps on going and going and going. I was reading through the Chinese Steam reviews for the game, and of course there's plenty of praise. The game is overwhelmingly, well, it's mostly positive, like 56 some reviews anyway, so it can't really be overwhelming yet. With 5 clear negatives from the Chinese audience, unanimously, they find, even them, that the game is very slow. It's funny reading someone that's like, she's got meter-long legs and she walks like a toddler, what's going on here? So, they have the exact same complaints about the move speed, about so much of the game just being a chore, especially the cruise ship. Unanimously, people seem to say that the cruise ship is the most tedious of the levels. So hopefully, now that we've got the cruise ship behind us, did the school, and now we got the hospital ahead of us, a totally not Silent Hill hospital ahead of us, it should go by quicker. We couldn't find the save point in the hospital after finishing the school, but I wanted to finish at the school. At the hospital, I mean. Without going too far into it. So, let's do the autosave. Is 9 minutes ahead, so this should be after finishing the boss of the school, and then getting to the hospital, right? Right. Oh. I guess there's no longer... I guess it simplifies a forest maze. Once you do it, it's just getting through it. So, yesterday we arrived on the island. We spent the night at the hotel. That didn't go very well. Took a trip to the department store. Then we had to go to the cruise ship because we weren't allowed to pass until we got somebody a doll. And to get somebody a doll, we had to get a flying fish, which meant going through the cruise ship first. And then once we finished the cruise ship, we had to go through the school. We didn't have to do the school stuff. This electric fence here, well, not here, the electric fence at the school turns off in the middle of the night, and so we could have just waited, but then there wouldn't be a game, so we had to go through the school to do another fetch quest for somebody, and now we get to go through the hospital. We've already spoken to everybody. We gotta get this woman's... what is it? Stardust and moondust, so she could give us her lantern hat. And with the lantern hat, we can go down this passageway, which is pitch dark. So, it's the tempo for the game. If you go to a place, you do a bunch of shit there. You go to the next place, some guy in front's like, I'm not gonna let you pass until you get me these fidget spinners 3. You go in, you do a whole bunch of this item to unlock this item, to unlock this item, to unlock this item, to unlock this item, to unlock this item. And then you get his fidget spinners 3. And then you get to the next place, and some asshole outside is saying, well, you can't pass until you give me this stuff. And so, unlock this item, to unlock this item, to unlock this item, to unlock this item, to get to the next place. And some asshole up front is like, we can't let you pass. She's the asshole for this time. So let me get my, let me get my camera up so we could do some Google translating via the Google Lens. My god, I told the doctor these patients had mutated. They weren't human anymore. The doctor said I was overthinking it and increased my dosage. Hasn't anyone noticed that things around us are changing? Wait, who's that in the mirror? It's staring at me intently with eyes just like mine. And there's... hospital staff wants a prescription to give us medication. We'll go to the prescription room first. But it turns out there's nobody behind the window. And she was like, huh, what? That's a giant gun. A pistol decoration on the wall. How American. Upon closer inspection, there are 2 indentations on the loading area for the pistol decoration. Is this how we produce the pills? They put 1/2 on each side and shoot it out. The head nurse is very gentle and kind to us, but she always prefers to work the night shift alone. Hold on. It cut off the translation for some reason. I gotta manually do it now. The island has become a bit strange. I'm going to my fiancé's city for our wedding. Leaving this place to start a new life. I prepared a farewell gift for her. Oh, there's more. But she hasn't come to the hospital for a shift in a week. Although we couldn't see each other at the hospital, I was still planning to go to her house and meet her at another place. I just opened the door a crack and she picked me with a syringe. My fiancé is here to pick me up, so never mind, I won't go in. Looking forward to my new life outside. Very nonchalant about just getting stuck with a syringe. Are you the head nurse? Now a nurse that's all head? The view ahead was blocked by a pile of stones and cabinets. She's got giant long spider legs. She could totally see over the debris. All I could hear was a cooing sound. I wonder what's behind the pile of stone and debris. Pills? Some medicine scattered here. I don't know if it's expired, or if its effectiveness had decreased, so can't do anything, just... What have we got? Sandpaper? A piece of frosted paper. Sandpaper. But why would they put sandpaper in a pharmacy? Now, this is something I did read about on the complaints and the negative reviews. At least one reviewer was very vocal about how you can't pick up items right away. They cite the eggs in the initial level, and also the sandpaper here, where like if you find the thing, you cannot grab the thing until you go all the way through the stage and you find the puzzle, and then you get to go back and pick it up, so it wastes people's time. And for the negative reviews, the maker of the game, the developer, hey, this is my candelabra, keeps responding, going, I am so sorry, it is because of my limitations of my skill. This is a grinder. Okay, we gotta find coffee for the nurse. I tried it and the grinder works normally. The wall behind it has many yellow star patterns. Okay, so we're gonna get the stardust here. The TV has no signal, and I can't change the channels myself. There's a hairstyle magazine in the drawer. Fashion forward, short hair. Not interested. There's lots of spiders around here. Is there a card if I go into the foreground? Mushroom? There are many spiders in the infusion room. Like the spiders of the hotel, they don't seem to be aggressive as long as you don't actually harm them. However, don't get too close, be careful of their venom. Moreover, many mushrooms are growing in the area. It's worth noting that the yellow mushrooms at the edge of the passage emit a soft glow. I'm assuming this is take the mushroom. Yes, no, take the mushroom. See what I mean about how the game might not be an Arrow kind of game, right? It's not a porn game. But it definitely likes to put her in weird, contorted positions to accentuate things. Having thought of this, she immediately picked up the glowing mushroom. Got the glowing mushroom. There was a wall in front of us, but the walkway in the middle was cracked and impassable. Let's go back. Nothing, no cards, no secrets. What if I put the glowing mushroom into the grinder with the stars? No? I thought for sure that was going to be the easy solution. Well, we got 2 upstairs we can go to then. These eyes look like they're in some kind of envelope, but that's just a wall. This sign is displayed in many places in the hospital. The words above are a bit hard to read. Oh, it is AI! It can be roughly seen that this is about promoting maternity services in the Outlying Islands. Stethoscope room. The door was twisted and deformed, cannot be opened at all. Okay, no secrets in the foreground here. We went to the water pump before, it's not working, it's empty. And it's just saying it's blocked. Steps to the upper level are blocked. No possibility of going up. X-ray room. The display board was covered with X-ray films. Must have been left by a patient who came for a checkup before. What do we have here? Power switch above hasn't turned off, and a fuse was missing from the safety compartment. To safely disconnect power, a fuse must be installed first. Okay, we gotta find a fuse. Is this the X-ray cannon? X-ray machine? But this kind of X-ray machine is practically an antique. This model was probably used in the 80s or 90s. And very fleshy here. I see we got the imprints of the people embedded into the... What is that? The metal wall? Box is tightly closed. If I had sandpaper, I could shave it down. The type of wiring on the box is the same as the external circuit breaker. It should be okay. Circuit breaker to open the box. So now we gotta find... Oh, there's a card. Who have we got? 3121. Wait, that's not 3121. 3121. Totally not a Silent Hill doll. Female models. Body is covered by a shell made of bone-like substance, inside which are filled with many eggs. All movement is driven by these eggs. Allow them to float in midair. Be careful. They're extremely sensitive to sound. They do not eat to eat. There are differences in the shell between individuals, but the eggs appear to be the true form. Distribution area. Endemic to Neo Island. But a few have also migrated to other areas. So, it always says that these things are endemic to the Outlying Islands, this part, that part of it. But when it says that some have been found in other areas, that's kind of a bit worrisome that this phenomena is spreading. It could be the curse of the lovers from 100 years ago or whatever. It could be the spring water is bad and is transforming people. There is a factory that went in, when was it, the 70s, to start producing, to bottle up the water, produce beauty products made with the spring water. So that is other people abroad potentially getting access, if it is the water. Prescription. Prescription placed on the operating table, don't know who left it. Now, the Google Translate is picking up on the scribble on the prescription and suggesting it's saying it's an emetic. Take it, of course! Okay. We're going to get some scissors, some forceps, some cuticle scissors. Surgical scissors broken. Broken. Not broken. The knife is fine. There's some blood stains on them. Surgical scissors are fine. I won't bring it unless I absolutely need it. Man, just go ahead and take it, woman. So we have the surgical scissors and the sandpaper, which we know where they are, but we're not allowed to pick them up. Oh, there's another way down over there. Is that just to the other stairs that we saw in the lobby? Is this the rest area? I think this is the rest area. Medical records hanging on the wall. Discharge from hospital. Fantasy disorder, bipolar disorder, weakness. It's trying to translate 2-01 is February 1st. What strange symptoms? Oh hey! We got the Moon Man here! The patient lying here looks like the moon. I gotta turn him into dust. The moon powder might be connected to him. However, he was slept soundly, weak and pale. No clue what to do. Pills here. Another card. Is this gonna be the boss for this area? It's a level 5 danger. And I didn't catch that number. $42.08? No. $42.10? Yeah, there we go. The gunman's physique resembles a firearm. I could kind of see that. His body constructed from countless hands, seemingly a demon born from someone's intense emotional fluctuations. Each individual's unique. Unknown. Okay, let's get my save then. 201 was discharged, so nobody's using this bed. Having read the reviews, I don't think there was any mention of things like multiple endings, so I think it is just finish the game to finish the game. Hospital bed littered with discharged syringe, discarded syringe. Luckily, don't have a fear of sharp objects. So she's gonna lay right on down there. Thanks to patient in bed number 8, this ward hasn't been invaded by them. But I'm so hungry. I need to go find something to eat. Doesn't the patient in bed number 8 get hungry? The Sun Man. Keeps the monsters at bay, does he? But there's monsters everywhere, so it clearly hasn't worked. Give me your dust, old man. Sun Man. Wow, my hairstyle is so cool and stylish. That's it? In her monologue, this person as radiant as a sun is admiring their own hair. But his hair did indeed emit a dazzling, intoxicating shine. So let's cut a ray off of him. Could it be connected to the moon dust and sun dust? Hello, do you know what star powder and moon powder are? No response? He's so engrossed in his hairstyle that he couldn't get a word in edgewise. I need to think of a way to get his attention. So we get the giant gun from downstairs. Faucets that never work. Path is blocked. Okay. There is broken glass he could step on, and his purpose is to get the attention of monsters. I guess that's a blind thing then, you just gotta make noise for it to rush to you. But I did see the sparkling glass on the ground, so I wanted to investigate. This is the men's room. And what are you doing in here, young lady? The entrance to the women's restroom is blocked by a pile of rubble. Not sure about the situation of the women's bathroom. The crab guy from earlier, 4107, with all of its eggs hanging off of it. The Iron Claw. Dismemberer resembles a crab in appearance, similar in size to the strong adult human male, but weighing 2 to 3 times as much. It is hermaphroditic, preferring to gather its eggs beneath its body. The stronger the individual, the larger the eggs. The energy entity possesses powerful forelimb and hard exoskeleton and is highly aggressive. I don't know about that, we got by him so easily. Distribution area. Species endemic to the remote islands, often found in cave-like locations. Somebody's been smoking in the bathroom. What have we got here? Is that an electric razor or a casket? Electric Gate Man. You over there, come help me. What are you standing there for? Come here. He's got wires for hands, too. Are you gonna have the fuse that I need? Or I gotta bust your face open? I wonder if it's because tonight's dinner wasn't clean. My stomach hurts so much, I need to poop. But I was in such a hurry, I forgot to bring toilet paper. Sandpaper. We gotta bring him sandpaper. I'm afraid my stomach would get out of control at any moment, so I stayed in the bathroom the whole time and didn't dare to go out. Thank goodness someone came, thank God. She's speechless. She's like, what? This is what you want my attention for? So all he wanted was toilet paper. Perfect timing. I have some tissues with me. Here you go. No, hey. Look at my body. This kind of ordinary tissue tears as soon as I wipe it, so it really does have to be the sandpaper specifically. Please help me find the right one, I'm begging you. I'm gonna skip the rest. It's like, fine, sure, whatever. Oh, Yokata, thank you, whatever. Coin. Okay, let's check down next, and down is very likely only going to be lobby. Yeah, other side of the lobby. Well, one, I have a prescription now. And I got, what is this, a little pill? Received emetics. Got the corresponding medicine. I have to use it well. Now, was it this room that had the sandpaper? Yeah, it was over here. I see it now. Then back up and go to the bathroom. At least the sandpaper isn't too far away from him. If they really wanted to be cruel, they would have put some broken glass on the floor behind some foreground objects. Oops, wrong one. Sandpaper. It's coming, my belly's at its limits. Hey, what are you still doing here? Get out, how could I poop if someone's watching? How rude of you, get out of here. 2 doors secured with wire. Like thorns of a rose, I dare not touch it. So now, should I grab the surgical scissors? She's walking on her own. Honestly, their attitude before and after the event are completely different. And now he's flushed himself away. He must have finished using the toilet. Eh? What's that sound? Now I have to go into the toilet and take a look. And is he gone? Ah, he's left a little something for me in the squatty potty. Strange, where'd the person go? Like I said, he flushed himself straight down the toilet. Hey, what's that on the ground over there? Is that bullet number 1 for the gun? Fuse. Can protect from short circuits. Useful item. When I notice a large hole to the opposite wall. I guess a person climbed over there and ran away. It's like a fight over a monster house. Don't worry about it, just let's go. Is that the giant hole up there she's talking about? This one over here? I guess that's her laissez-faire attitude to all the horrors of the game. Let's not worry about it. There's all this glass around here, but you gotta really try to step on it. In fact, I hadn't even noticed half the glass there. I only noticed 2 of them. So it's merely by luck that I hadn't stepped on other hotspots for it. Now, where was the fuse? The fuse was over in the X-ray room, right? That's okay. It's just a crab with lots of eggs. You really did poop out the fuse. Okay, box, what's inside you now? A silver star. For my stardust? Perhaps because it's been locked in the dark box all this time, the star has lost its light. Got the star. Can't put it over here. And here she just comments on the age of the X-ray. So, what could I do with this star to restore its light? Since we saw the sealed up toilets with wire like rose thorns, will this be reason enough to grab the scissors? No. Still no. Maybe I could put the star in the grinder with the other stars. Because there's other stars on the wall over there. So maybe giving them proximity will restore some light? Put the fluorescent mushroom and the dim star you just got into the grinder. Okay. Put the mushroom's fluorescence onto the star. By allowing the star to absorb the light from the mushroom during the grinding process, we should be able to obtain a luminous star path. If you say so. Otherwise, we just get mushroom stardust. Luminous stardust it is. Which means I still have to solve the puzzle for the sun dust now. I've got knife and a medic. Should I give the emetic to the moon guy or the sun guy? What am I doing? The rooms are down over there. I'm in the wrong hallway for this. We do have, like, drinks, it looks like, over there. Is that a giant thermos and cups, or... We got some pills over here. So maybe I can give the pills to the moon guy, or to the sun guy then. I don't know how I would, or why I would. Maybe the plan is to get him puking. Medical records. (205) mania. 206 sleep disorders. 207 hydrophobia. 208 self-indulgence. It seems patients here are all quite ill. Hairstyle's cool and stylish. So I can't do anything with him yet. I have emetics, but nothing to use these emetics on. Could I use these old syringes? No. Just it's a good thing she hasn't got a fear of needles. So what do then? Could it be that I simply am in another situation where what I'm missing is something that I just have not seen, like with the crowbar? The hairstyle guide. If I get the hairstyle... See, the hairstyle guide is probably going to be used to show the sun guy, look, your hair's not actually cool. The fashion magazine says that this hairstyle's out, this hairstyle's in. But because I hadn't spoken to the sun guy yet, she had no reason to take the fashion magazine with her. Got the magazine, see? So far, this hospital feels pretty brisk. It's not too big like the cruise ship was. The hairstyle magazine. Huh? What's this? The rate have caught his attention. The latest hair magazine? Short hair is actually in style now. Looks like I need to get my hair trimmed. Hey, could you please bring me a pair of scissors? I want to trim my hair. Why don't you get it yourself? Scissors, operating room, blah 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 blah. Now we can get the fixed or the not broken surgical scissors. It's a lot of back and forth, but it's a smaller area, so I can't be as upset as with the cruise ship. Surgical scissors. Got the surgical scissors. I'm really nonchalant about gonna get my monsters now. Remember at the start was like, ooh, we gotta carefully get around these guys. Here's your scissors, yay, thank you. Gotta use my scissors. He's already trimmed up a little tiny piece. Although I only cut out a little bit, I guess now I have short hair. It definitely looks more stylish now, it's all thanks to you. He looks very happy now. I want to ask him for clues about the stardust and moon dust. Just take his hair. You know the star powder, moon powder? You come to the right person, all I know about is moon powder. If the patient in 204 ingests a part of my body, moon powder will be produced within his body. But his digestive system is too strong. If not removed immediately, it'll be completely absorbed by him. So, the snippet of hair we feed to the moon guy, then we give him the emetic to puke it right back up. Figure out the specifics yourself. And now I have his tip. Hey, moon guy, let's force feed you the piece of hair. Force feed him the piece of hair. He's all bright and happy now with his very phallic nose. The emetic automatically afterwards. And hooray, we got our moon dust. All the things we need pretty quick. 46 minutes into stream, so just took about half an hour to the hospital. If they could all be this quick. Okay, witchy lady. I got your stardust, I got your moon dust. The star powder and moon powder. Yes, yes, these are it. My baby, my baby. After obtaining star powder, moon powder, the whale monster broke off the orb of light on its head. I've now got an orb of light. So let's see what the next keep away boss is. For whatever reason, Google Translate wants to keep producing upside down today in this pitch black environment. He threw the obtained orb out. Maybe pulled it out, whipped it out. The sphere of light exploded, emitting a burst of light, or I guess through anyway, through actuality. The once pitch black road was illuminated. Oh, it's a chambered nautilus. Cute. I want to look at the plant though. Cracked ground, impassable roads. This guy feels pretty slow, so I'm not too worried. The plant looks like human teeth. I guess it kinda does. Conveniently block the entrance exit of the door behind it. The knife in my hand can't cut it either. Need a different method to get through the door. Now, one thing I did spoil myself on by reading through the Chinese Steam reviews is that getting to the ending of the game doesn't seem to be predicated based on time for completion, nor by whether you died, how many times you died, whether or not you got killed by the bosses or not. In fact, that's one of the common complaints, is that death doesn't seem to matter. You get rewarded for dying by unlocking the CGs for dying, and if you die to a boss, then it counts it as completion for the boss. It makes no difference if you live or die to the boss at all. And then there's a dev reply being like, I'm sorry, this is a limitation of my skill. And so it's the 8 diaries. That one clue in the department store is saying you have to find 8 diaries because that's how you finish the game. You gotta go back to every other section and find diaries. We found a diary in the department store on the cruise ship. So we just gotta find every place else. Except I think there's probably one more for the department store because of that door that we couldn't get into before. And in this hospital, there's now the teeth room. The teeth blocking off the door that we can't get through with the knife. So we gotta find some other method that's probably going to be another open this up to get a diary. What are we, in a morgue? Wooden dolls, pot of my feet, nothing special to me. Here sits a strange fish head. Its base a stone slab. Numbers can be rotated on the stone slab. See, for a 2-digit combination, she won't brute force it. For a 4-digit combination, she will. Soccer ball here. Captain wheel there. Are these various bosses that I've faced? A small wooden doll. Tag on the toe reads, shot of the heart. 14 years old. Is this a puppet? A simulated corpse? Card. $41.03. variant of the thousand-handed rodent snail. The front of its shell features prominent human face-like markings. Numerous hands extend from the snail's opening, used for hunting and sensing the environment. They can completely retract into the shell for defense when encountering danger. Some individuals exhibit a fluorescent reaction to their shells under ultraviolet light, presumably for intraspecific communication or to confuse prey. Distribution area: a species endemic to the remote islands. It prefers to appear in dimly lit, cold air locations. How's my battery? 62%. Okay. I'll probably start charging it during one of the BRBs. Another doll. Shot of the head, 36 years old. Middle-aged man. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. The middle-aged man appears to be somewhat mentally unstable. He didn't react at all when I tried to talk to him. It's best not to get close. We got a great big squid thing here. Isn't this supposed to be my way through to get beyond to my aunt's house? What a huge octopus head decoration. However, this giant octopus head blocked the road behind it. So the tooth plant room is a bonus room then, probably for the diary. Upon closer inspection, there's a keyhole in front of the octopus head decoration. So maybe the plant, whatever, isn't for a hidden diary. Maybe the key's in there? Counters used to store corpses. There were only many wooden puppets and no corpses. Can't talk to this guy yet. What have I got still? I've got just my knife and some spring water. There's also this. Wait. 1436 maybe? Bullets for the gun upstairs. See, this is just how walking around in the daytime for her feels like. The female experience is not an easy one. Bullets for my gun time. Put my truth bullets in. What is this, octopus cream? Weird toothpaste. Toothpaste for the plants. But I haven't got a toothbrush. Am I just gonna press this into the leaves directly? By the way, toothpaste can solve all your dental problems. Take out the toothpaste. Twist the cap. It really has to describe it in detail, huh? And a dental problem being it's a caterpillar. And the very hungry caterpillar was still hungry. Just walked right through. Hold on, there's a cocoon there. Go back out. Can't interact with the cocoon. Giant baby heads, more syringes. A card. Oh, hello. 4008. 5-star danger, but not max star. I see this one all the time on Blue Sky. Needle. The individual is bound with needles piercing the skin. Their fingers and hair ends were replaced with needles. Despite experiencing strong emotional fluctuations, it was not due to inner demons. Currently, unique to this individual. Test results unique to the individual? Endemic species in Rhode Islands, occasionally appears in hospitals. There's a key over there. But what else do we have? Because this is a door over here. I don't know why. The closer the baby is to the wall, the louder the baby's cries. The closer she is to the wall, perhaps. But to me, this wall is just an ordinary cement wall. Yet there's something inexplicably off about it. So does she not see the baby faces then? We see it, but she's saying, like, for whatever reason, the closer I get to the wall, I can hear babies. But this is just a normal cement wall. Something off about it. Iron gate blocks the way ahead. Dead end, turn back. And there's my octopus key. So what I'll do, because there's going to be a boss fight coming up, I'm sure, is unlock the door, then go out and get a save. It's a comfort to know that I actually do get hurt. That thing was so passive, I didn't think that it was going to hurt me at all. Let me quickly grab something over here quick. Gotta maintain some other streaks. Suckin' Suckin' dance. No. Where's the other dance emote? He got rid of his other dance emote? Oh, no, there it is. Suckin' P2 dance. Control X, V. He quit his job. Look at Punchy with his big life decisions there. Okay. Put the key in the octopus, open it right up. Oh, does he not want that? He doesn't like the octopus being open? It's coming, it's coming. Oh. Ho. I was hoping that, you know, the boss would be beyond the octopus door. Good heavens, where this monster come from? Mentally unstable middle-aged man has also disappeared. And of course my items are going to be sealed, so I can't heal up. Slowly opening. Oh, it got me. We'll see the CG, I guess, but I want to survive the bosses. That shot through boob. Well, since I can't be bothered with having to reload the entire way through, and I didn't save in so long anyway. Where did I even put the icon for this game? I keep losing it on my desktop. There it is, under Casualties Unknown. Eight minutes and 4, huh? Where would this put me? Okay, so I could just go back to the autosave then. And the autosave is exactly where the boss was. If I just stand here, could I fool it? Nope! It's a little bit more open, but it's not all the way open yet, is it? If we hold on a little longer, it'll open completely. Another one! Is that fully opened? Have completely moved upwards. Alright, let's get there then. Ooh! Okay, they're kind of slow though. They have a little bit of a burst, but you can keep distance from them pretty easily. Which makes it even worse to die from them then. That's me! That's a dead me. I recognize that hair, that bag, that outfit anywhere. I'm already dead. Like everybody else on this island, I am a ghost of long before. Thank goodness the door opened in time when the monster didn't chase after us. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would happen if I were caught by that monster. This place looks like an underground passage, but it also contains many cells and wooden baby dolls placed around the perimeter. The sound of waves reaches my ears. The sound was accompanied by the crying of a baby. What does this place have to do with the hospital? 3 coins for beating the boss? So, whether you die to a boss or survive it, the only difference at all is whether you get rewarded by 3 coins. Being rewarded by 3 coins seems to be the only difference if you do survive the boss. Because I thought maybe, for the cruise ship at least, that at first because we died to the boss trying to push the button, that maybe, okay, maybe if you lose to the boss, the flying fish dies and you have to do an extra puzzle to bring it alive, to bring it back to life, or to inflate it. What happens if I don't die to the boss and survive? Exact same thing happens, so there really isn't any consequence. Deaths just help you get the completion for the CGs, and that's it. And if I want to die to the boss again, he's right there if I want completion. This is the body of a young girl, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Wait, that's me? This note, exactly the same as the one in my pocket. That's your first clue that this is your corpse. It even has my aunt's address on it, even the handwriting. What about her clothes, her bag, her hair? Because the light was too dim, I couldn't see clearly yet. Approaching, and upon closer inspection I discovered her outfit is exactly the same as mine. Do you know how to translate this one? I suppose it's just her exclaiming in surprise. But it really doesn't want to translate this. Huh. Why are you struggling? Calm down, calm down. Come on, quit going upside down, too. Since setting foot on the Outlying Island, a bizarre journey has begun. I've encountered so many strange people and strange things along the way. Quite a few strange people actually knew my purpose was to pick up my aunt and leave. And many of them would only help me continue after I found them the items they needed. However, I've wasted a lot of time searching for the items. Yeah, I know this is a limitation of your skill to keep on saying, but maybe you could have trimmed it down a little bit. So this girl's corpse is probably also a tool to distract me, to waste my precious time. She's a natural blonde. She's an airhead. She's hiding from the truth that is so obvious in front of her. Could it be they don't want me to take my aunt away, thus forfeiting the compensation? The corpse must be a doll. Huh. Don't be so cunning, I won't fall for it. Don't underestimate me, I'm obsessed with getting my aunt to receive compensation. Gotta keep going. The body of a young girl, holding her aunt's address, dressed just like me. Nothing special other than that. I'm certain she's just a doll. I was hoping she'd be holding a card, and one of the special cards. Why, I was about to receive it. It's all this damn fog's fault, and those weird things in the fog. I hate it so much, I hate it so much. I must pick her up. So this is her own corpse, saying I was just about to receive compensation. And now it's gone. Road ahead is blocked. From a distance, the tunnel's rather long. How about this hole? After looking at the hole I discovered, the bottom of the hole connects to an underground water flow that leads to the sea. Sound of waves coming from here is the source of the sound. This hole doesn't look natural, it appears to be man-made. It must have some use. Is it Auntie's house time? This is my auntie's house? A mailbox. If I had a stamp, I could send the letter. Yes, there's many houses here. My aunt's house should be nearby. Please tell me this is it. Let me see. The address on the house sign. I've arrived. I've arrived. We've finally arrived. This is my aunt's house. That's great. Tonight's trip is finally almost over. That's it. We've done it. We've finished. We found the aunt. She brought her home, and they all lived happily ever after the end. She got her compensation. Except no. Then let's go in and see Auntie right away. Chickens outside. I can keep going. What's to the right? Oh, there's a wall of light to keep me from just going. The sign reads, "Factories abandoned, unauthorized personnel not allowed to enter." I also know from reading the dev replies to the negative reviews on the Steam reviews that the factory is the last level. Was it the factory ruins are the ones that once brought wealth to the island's inhabitants and also the end point of the island's journey. It is said that after an explosion at the factory, the island's invigorating spring water slowly dried up. Goods that relied on the spring water as raw material could no longer be produced and gradually decreased until they were gone. Well, somebody realized that the spring water had kind of a T-virus effect, and they went into the great chasma sewers and underground labs and all that and blew up the island equivalent of Umbrella Corporation. Furthermore, the outlying islands are frequently shrouded in dense fog, and the bad weather has led to the climate tourism industry. People are fleeing. Fog is water. If fog is the aerosolized spring water, then that would explain further transformations, abnormalities. A strange force blocks the path forward. Okay, Auntie, let's go pick you up. How hard could it be? The little boy's here, too. I finally waited for you, big sister. That looks familiar, little kid. Your aunt locked herself in her room. She shut herself off, both physically and emotionally. I hope you, my dear big sister, can help me save your aunt, who's also my mother. All I need to do is bring her the items from the box of the basement. Okay. So, what fetch quest do I have to do this time? Just tell me what she wants, kid. A chance for my mother's soul to find redemption. Wait a minute, this is my aunt's house. The address is correct, right? What aunt? Mom? My aunt doesn't have any children. I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about. And my aunt is already very old. The timing of what you said about your mother seems off. Big sister, after you save Mom, I will naturally help you find out the truth. Please believe me. Opening the box Mom locked requires 5 commemorative coins. And I have the clue to the last one. After you collect all 4 commemorative coins, come to my room and talk to me. Then I will tell you the truth I know. And then I'll go back to my room first. Thank you so much, big sister, always in quotes, for choosing to help us this time. Oh, very obviously, there's already some wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff going on here. Completely confused right now, blonde. But judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. The important thing is, after I find the 4 commemorative coins, he'll tell me the truth he knows. Okay, let's do it then. Mirror on the shoe cabinet was covered in dust, can no longer reflect anything. I wonder what room is through here. Cabinet contains tea, white sugar, honey, and teaware. Filled with a warm, homey feeling. Homey? Mollusks are terrified of salt. They dehydrate rapidly upon contact with salt. Okay, so if you find any giant snails or slugs, we gotta salt them out. Do you think this actually is AI made and they just had a more consistent AI output than other AI adventure games, which get completely sloppy, and that's why she doesn't run? Because the most they were able to make the AI consistently do was and they weren't going to push their luck having these giant spider legs get completely flayed out with new animations. If I can't go into the kitchen or dining room, whichever one, let's go to the basement first. Nose is getting stuffy this morning. Some everyday clothes neatly folded here. The cabinet was sealed up with wooden strips. You can tell from the gaps in one glass the cabinet contains wine. Moreover, the type of red wine looks familiar. Seen it before. Don't understand why I sent a lot away. Waste not to drink it. There's other wine bottles here, just take one of these. Here's a box with the 5 coin slots. Could I take the pallet? What's on the cabinet? A small shovel. Yeah, a pallet. Take a close... Like, what is the purpose for her taking a great big squat like this to pick up something off the cabinet? You know? It's just funny. It's funny how the CGs are primarily to put her to these kind of poses. Though it's not very sturdy, it's still more than capable of removing dirt. The little boy asked me to look for souvenir coins. Maybe this will come in handy somewhere. We're towards the end of the game, and she's finally getting enough adventure game protagonist spirit to realize she doesn't need to wait to see the puzzle to start picking up items. She needs to be a full kleptomaniac and say, maybe this will help me. She's got to try all the faucets. It's so funny. Drain pipe. You gotta translate, just keep on focus and focus. Tap the drain pipe, the sound is very crisp. Something stuck in the drain pipe. Could it reach inside the drain pipe? Card. That can't be anti, that's only 3-star danger. 73. Cabinet sealed with wooden strips. Okay. So number 73, was it? I got so many cards now. Ghost Bone is an energy body composed of white bones floating in the air with a flickering ghostly fire at its tail. It silently and slowly approaches its target, repeatedly staining its fingers with the blood of its prey. Distribution: quiet and deserted areas. Well, luckily, there's none of that on the island. Oh, we got so many cool different angles to look at. I do think it's funny how she's got her thighs over here. Basically, her calf is this. Look at how small those calves are. And so all this is the extent of the shin. Knee, calf, shin to ankle there, and then her toes come down. That is a really long leg below the knees. And so much of it is no muscle, because all the muscle's up here. That's all the pulling and everything for the leg. And all this is just it's just a struts. It's just the bare wood, and there's the connective tissue, so that's just nothing. She's basically walking on stilts. Go ahead, put your hand in the hole. There's a hole in the wall. Well, you see, it's like say all holes lead to glory, right? Something seems to be blocking the depths of the cave. Can't get my hand out. With the right tools, it'd be possible to get the thing out of the hole. Some cool shells. Seashell decoration, give a very oceanic feel. There's an upstairs. We'll keep working on this level first. Snail. Oh, it's got the zombie snail eyes. It's got a brood sack full of parasitic worms in there. The snail is crawling on the leaf. The snail shell looks very special. However, the snail looks poisonous. It's not exactly poisonous, it's just got millions of baby parasitic worms in there waiting for a bird to come down and pluck its eyes. So the cycle of reproduction can continue in the bird's belly. Wouldn't dare use my bare hands to separate its snail shell. It's not exactly separating the snail shell, it's pulling its back off. What do we have here? A seed pod? Fountain pool, there's a plant seed inside. Seed needs water. Water's not flowing for the statues of the fountain pool right now. This monster's very accommodating. Maybe it is my aunt. Scrape the barnacles to get the water going. The right side of the pool connects to a clay sculpture. Earthen trough needs water for irrigation. No water's flowing out. Barnacles cling to her face for blocking the water outlets. Did it need all those words to really already figured out? So you gonna turn on or what? Are we still missing something? I've already moved the barnacles. Why isn't the water flowing out? Upon closer inspection, the good of the statue looks somewhat familiar. The water outlet is located at the statue's eyes. We gotta make her cry. Eyes, eyes. Upstairs next. I'm running out of places to go. I haven't gotten much anything else. Back to 4 bottles and my knife. Kids' room. Another one of these rooms with ample holes in the ground to avoid monsters. The doll is way too big. Get away from me. It wouldn't feel good if you fell on top of me. $42.11. I've already got this one on my Steam cards. Is this my auntie then? My auntie gonna be the boss for this area? Matchmaker has a deathly pale complexion and a slender, thin figure, seemingly a manifestation of a demon form from someone's intense emotional turmoil. Currently, it's unique. Distribution unknown. Who's gonna win, the turtle or the hare? It's the card from the beginning when the boy first bumped into us. His card was the garlic turtle, remember? Looks like a tortoise and hare race box. There's a button. You want to push it? Yes. Oh, the rabbit won. What a cheat. Nothing special happened. If there's a way to let the tortoise win, then maybe something will happen. The books aren't anything. The blocks aren't anything. The boy probably prefers a rabbit. He's got a rabbit in his hand. Big sister, have you found all the coins? No, of course not. I'm running out of places to go. Stairs down I can't take. It's got too many tomato vines. Connects to the first floor. The staircase is broken. There's many holes underneath. I saw it just now and I passed on the first floor. If it were passable, going up and down would save a lot of time. So whose room's this? No secrets here, no secrets there. There's eyeballs here. Rating's broken. That's it! Just incidental dialogue. Nice marlin. Kinda small though. Practically a nymph. Sailfish decoration. Looks very lifelike. What if it's a specimen? Uniquely shaped decoration. Green tentacles wrapped around the orca, forcing it to open its mouth wide to breathe. The killer whale's mouth that's big enough to hold some items. Card. Hey, it's a guy from the basement. What was that, 74? The skinned mummy mutant resembles a mummy in appearance. Does it? But it wraps itself with the skin of others. The muscles of the body can be observed through the gaps between the skin, but has no organs. It moves freely like a human, but does not need to eat. Distribution area. It could occur in any location. Ah, my hair is being sucked up by weird tentacles growing from the wall. I didn't expect these tentacles to have such strong suction. Watch me slice it off. A knife finally broke! That knife has been my constant companion since the hotel, right? It's taken until one tentacle to finally destroy it. The blood from the tentacle seems to have some corrosive properties. The knife is broken. My one friend this entire game. This is not a fair trade. I don't care how good those suction pads have. But the knife is broken. It severed the tentacle. The severed tentacle might prove useful somewhere. Lost the knife, got the tentacle. Not a fair trade. Sever the outermost tentacle. Even if I get close, I won't get my hair sucked by those weird tentacles anymore. Wedding photos on the wall. Some of the photos become blurry due to age. Man, I just want to explore around and I lost my knife. Upside down, climbing in the vent this time. For what prize? A dollhouse? Is this gonna be a puzzle? At the end of the row stood his toy house. Upon closer inspection, there are 4 wooden chess pieces inside the toy house. One of the wooden chess pieces appeared to be missing from the groove. What would happen if I placed the missing puppet piece? Unfortunately, don't have any puppet piece around. Okay, so I gotta find who we got here. Little boy, mom, dad, and mistress, maybe? So, who's gonna be the 5th piece? Me looking for answers? Nothing else to do here. Lost my knife for nothing. A steel door with food left outside of it. Peel's here. Salt. Bottle of sea salt here. I know who that's for. Iron gate firmly locked, and my aunt was inside. Items in the basement have not been found yet, won't attract my aunt's attention. Fried egg sat beneath the iron gate, looking delicious. And is this gonna bring me down to the kitchen? It did. And my reward is a juicy crawfish with a commemorative coin in its hand, but I can't interact with it. There we go. It's off to the side. Hermit crab holding a commemorative coin in its claws. Its other pinchers were making attacking noises at me. Well, it's only a little crab, man. It's not gonna cut your finger off. Hey, don't touch the door. The chicken! That emote was Yakuza 5, I think. Yakuza 5 had a lot of good things in it, among which were the chicken races. As far as I'm concerned, 5 is peak for the series. However, there's a broken half of a ship model on the right side. Connection between the two. Broken half of a ship model. So if I fix the ship, maybe, then this decides to go kaiju and attack it, dropping the coin. Broken refrigerator door wide open. Food stored inside was already rotted. There's an onion that's letting off a sharp aroma. Oh my god, this half onion is so irritating. Literally how it's phrased. Tears are welling up, let's go. What would happen if you use this onion? The statue. See, now she's thinking, what if I use this onion to stimulate the statue, right? If I came here first before going to the garden, all she would have done is, oh my god, this onion's so irritating, I don't want to pick it up. But now that we saw the puzzle first, she's got reason to break through her irritation. For something like this, I could understand it, because that's giving her reason not to pick up the onion. It's irritating her, she hates the smell. She doesn't want to take it if she doesn't want to. So for this one, finding the puzzle, getting the idea in her head, and having her put two and two together, perfectly fine, that's good integration of why she cannot pick it up. It's every other time where she's like, hey, this is a cool puzzle item. I have no reason to pick this up right now. That it becomes a little more irritating, because why wouldn't she? She's already been solving puzzles, maybe she's going to need some surgical scissors, some sandpaper. No way ahead. Now could I open the kitchen door from this side? I can. Shortcut got. Oh. Basement down there. Garden further out this way. I do have to admire at least that for all the walking you have to do for this section, they're at least kinda trying to keep it interesting with the different angles, the different close-ups and zooms. Snail, we give you the salt. Just completely melted. Parasitic worm brood sacs in the eyes and all. Got the shell. And now, onion for the statue. That's how you can tell that this onion was not cut by a King Double ceramic knife. Ceramic knife, cut the onion, your eyes won't be so weepy. Don't worry for your carelessness. And now that there's water, the seed could sprout. And now that the seed sprouts, coin number 2. Heartbroken, 1982. Can't interact there anymore, can't interact with any of the flowers. So this room is completely finished. So, what else do we got? We got a shell now. We got a shell and a tentacle. We have 1 coin. There's a coin in the lobster. Kid knows where the final coin is. So we need 2 more coins. So one thing at a time. There's also a drain pipe. There's a drain pipe and there's a hole in the wall. Tentacle could maybe reach the object and the hole in the wall. Do I put the shells with these shells? The answer is no. She's gonna find so many uses for this prehensile tentacle once the story's finished. The second half of the missing ship! And the squelch sound leads me to believe that the tentacle self-destructed. The severed tentacle burrowed deep into the hole. Man! That was gonna be your compensation. Now that we've retrieved the ship from the hole, we don't need to worry about the tentacle anymore. Upon closer inspection of the half-fitted ship model, the interior is actually hollow. Lost the tentacle, got the ship. So we fixed the ship for the lobster. For the hermit crab. And the shell's also going to be for the hermit crab then. Fix the ship first. It's using the ship as a shell. So I guess the shell isn't for the hermit crab then. We're just gonna put the ship together. Put the crab with the crab inside it, right? No. We're just gonna leave it like that. It's happy enough just with the second half of the ship. Hey, MP83. The girl from the Outlying Islands, Kai. She's got some connection to these islands. We found her corpse already, for one. We found her corpse at the end of the hospital. She's like, nah, that can't be. This is simply a doll. These people are pranking me. Married in 1976. Then heartbroken in the 80s. Look at how happy that hermit crab is. I thought for sure it was gonna be fix the ship, but I guess the clue was that the ship was broken. And so the hermit crab couldn't occupy the ship anymore, had to find him the other half of it. Hermit crab seems to really like his new home. So now I got 2 coins. Diamond ring and the year 1976. Broken heart and 1982. 6 years after marrying, they couldn't last. Now what to do with shell then? It can't be something as esoteric as putting the shell inside the killer whale's mouth. No, thankfully that's not the answer. Can't do a thing with the closet. Did I really have to lose my knife, though? She walks funny, she really does. The tragic thing is, she walks funny and slowly. The game does give you red water to increase your speed, but it's only for that one room, and it's barely any faster. She goes from a crawl to a shuffle. I think it's because she's not wearing any socks. So she's got these giant rubber high-heeled boots. And she's not wearing any socks, and if she moves too quickly, she's gonna get blisters all over her feet. What if I put the shell on the rabbit? There's no option to put the shell on the rabbit right now. No, there is. There we go. It's automatic. Onto the power of cheating, the turtle has won. Giving one more coin. 1978. So 1976 they get married. 1978 they get a baby. 4 years later, they break up. The things children do to you. Well, now I got no items. I got 3 coins, no item. I would say, what if I needed the knife to get the thing out of the drain pipe? But the thing out of the drain pipe is probably going to be the 4th coin. But that can't be because we had the knife at the drain pipe before it broke. Nothing else here? Nothing else here, it's done. One more coin to satisfy the boy. What about the chopsticks? Chopsticks? At the plate of eggs left in front of the aunt's door, but we already spoke. We've already interacted with the with the plate of food, and nothing happened there. So I don't think that's the solution. There's chopsticks here too. She does not want to pick them up. So what remains? There's the aunt's door. There's the whale and squid statue over here. There's the house. There's also the house. But I would have thought that the house requires a 5th piece, so I can't solve this yet. The 5th piece is probably inside the drain pipe. So it still goes back to, how could I get that thing out of the drain pipe if I've exhausted all my other items? Thought there's a card on the ground, just debris. A whistle and a flute hanging on the wall. Nothing but garden off this way, there's nothing else left in the garden for me. I just realized we've been pretty good about collecting all the cards we could find. And we haven't seen the, what is it? The needle lady? That's probably later when we have to go back and start diary hunting. Nothing in this room. Just transition scene. And there's nothing over here either. There's nothing out over here. There's clothes hanger. Could I take the clothes hanger now that... Oh, the drain pipe is... Because we fixed the fountain upstairs, the drain pipe has solved itself. The water overflowing from the fountain above is drained through this pipe. And this is probably going to go into the killer whale's mouth. Uniquely shaped wine bottle was probably stuck in the drain pipe, has fallen out with the flow of water. The wine bottle exudes a unique artistic aura, makes you want to take it without thinking about it. Oh, cool. That looks like a key half over here, doesn't that? By the paint cans? By the mayo buckets? But cool, the puzzle has solved itself. Even though the unique art is like the one strength of the game, I'm constantly having to take pause. Oh, the phone can't be picked up, it's just to spook you out. Because some of the detailing, like on the floor and the walls, and some of the shading, kind of reminds me of the way backgrounds are done in Beyond Sea and Mountain. And Beyond Sea and Mountain is really not a good comparison to make because that thing really was just blatantly AI. So it kind of makes it's always at the back of my mind, like, is it? Did they just have a more refined model than Beyond Sea and Mountain had? Let's see. Where is it in my library? Did I just refund it? Did I remove it entirely? What if I go to featured, store, search over here? Is it just gone from Twitch now? Or from stream, I mean. From Steam. Is it gone from Steam? Can't find on the store page. Can't find on my library. Aquas, hello! Welcome to some spooky leggy stream. Jump scare? There was a jump scare, MP? But congrats on the groceries. Your doorbell went exactly the same time as a phone ring. Ah, that jump scare. I'm trying to look for a certain game with a similar background art style on my Steam library. And strangely enough, I cannot seem to find it at all. Which is very interesting. Got my library sorted by chronological. And so I should pass by it, just bumping into it. And it has completely vanished. I'm now making reference to a game that no longer exists. Maybe I myself have fallen prey to the fog of the island. Sorted by recent. Surely there's still evidence for it online. No. Did I slip dimensions here? Huh. Okay, how else could I sort this? Sort by... Hungry Lamb, Cosmo Breeder... When was that? You know what? Let me pull up my YouTube archive. Because I would have had that in, let's see, playlists... Mystria, Mina, Girl from Gunmakai... Assorted Short... Not finding it even on my archive. Hold on. What if I go to the previous played under stream? Hungry Hearts, Kaneko Man. How far back was it? Hungry Lion, Five Nights. Pale Beyond. Isle of Sea and Sky. Other Side of Mist and Mountain. Whatever. Similar name. Other side, other side, other side. Let me get this back to alphabetical then. I haven't taken any screenshots, but like... This one here has a kind of similar style. In particular, as far as like the backgrounds go in certain scenes. And so, for this one, right? For this one, they definitely put their better composed screenshots for the storefront. Well, I guess this one is a whole lot cruddier. But particularly with some of the ways the debris in certain scenes. Like the paper around here, right? The paper on the floor. Whenever I see, like, cards scattered on the ground, like around here, it makes me wary, because it starts to resemble Other Side of Mist and Mountain, not Beyond Sea and Mountain, a little bit too much. And so it makes me start to think, oh no, could it be that this isn't in fact like cool monster art and cool unique things? Is it actually all generated? And the evidence I have to put against it is that it does tend to be fairly consistent in style. If there's one thing that AI is really bad at, it's consistency. And for like a cheaper low-level game especially, for like the type of game where the dev's always going into the negative reviews on the Steam reviews saying, I'm sorry, it's my lack of skill that these design decisions go this way, they don't exactly tend towards very robust AI models. So I want to lean towards, it's just a cool style where sometimes they give their women spider-length legs. But then I see the background art, and the background art kind of makes me wonder. Like the floor tiles here give me a very strong Other Side of Mist and Mountain impression. Whale to throw at the bottle. And somehow that produces a coin. 1980... So, what's the timeline here? 1976 they get married. 1980. Bottle represents what? The happy years? The high times? 1982 they have a baby. 1984 they break up. That's all the coins, go back to the kid. Heard a noise. 78 is baby. So, 76 they get married, 78 they get baby. 80 somebody takes to drinking, I think that's it. Somebody starts drinking in 1980. And then by 1982 they split up. Was a squelching noise the fifth doll producing here? Or was a kid gonna give me the fifth doll? Nope, fifth doll yet. But there are little cutouts of bottles everywhere, so I guess... maybe this is... How do we interpret this? Mom and Dad having a fight outside? Son, somebody else, and a missing fifth figure upstairs in the room? But alright, kid, we got the 4 coins. One of which was in here. You could have just given it to us, a little shit. Big sister, have you found all coins? Yes, we have. That's right, I'll give you the clue to the 5th commemorative coin. Big sister used 5 commemorative coins to unlock the box her mother had locked. Took out the items inside and placed them at the door of her mother's locked room. Telling me what to do, not just sometimes the Google Translate doesn't quite do grammar or word order correctly. Knock on the iron gate, Mama reach out and take it herself. I'm usually like this too. Got puppet chess piece. If I may say something I shouldn't, you're talking about moms. Their ages don't match my aunt's at all. Is this a prank? She's always going off about pranks. This whole trouble started when she went to sleep, or she's going to go to sleep on the 2nd floor of the hotel room, saw somebody run by the window, and instead of going, huh, weird, none of my business, let's go to sleep, she was like, oh, somebody's pranking me running past my 2nd story window. Let me see who that was. She's too nosy. I know Big Sister's completely confused right now. But please believe me, Big Sister. After the Big Sister saves Mom, I will also help you find the truth. Okay, I believe you. So as you say, yeah, whatever. Just reiterating what I have to do. Put the doll in the dollhouse. Get the final coin. Kid is about to have a freak out. Doesn't want to... Come on. You've translated worse than this before. Give me the words. Groove, bad. Mom is coming. Mother? Auntie's already locked herself in her room and won't be coming out, right? It's not that one. It's another one. I saw Mother's figure had changed and become heavier after childbirth. There's nothing wrong with that. You love your mother. And she was so sad. I just want my mother to be young and slim again. I just want her to be happy. Societal expectations so bad. Even the kid is rubbing it in his mother's face. It is my obsession, the mother I've always imagined, but it's not entirely what I imagined. Big sister, run, I'll do my best to help you. Hey, Mother? My god, what kind of monster is that? Is it boss fight already? Room is full of strange powers, but you can use items here. So if I wanted to use red potion to run faster, or if I wanted to top off my health, I can here. Whoa. And instantly caught. Okay. Even though it actually makes no difference at all, whether or not I succeed at the boss. I do want to succeed at the boss because, damn it, we're gamers, aren't we? And so we're not going to accept merely dying to the boss and having it auto-advance the game, because that's what this game does. If you win to the boss, you get 3 coins. If you die to the boss, the story advances anyway. So we gotta fight for something. So quick! Is the hint... Is that supposed to be a hint, then, that I can use items this time? And so it's kind of telling me, Guinea, just use your item, just quaff the red potion, get out of here. You see how it's not that much of a difference in run speed. So yeah, you're just supposed to quaff the red and then run out at a higher speed. And I still say that higher run speed should be the default speed. That's not... The developer likes to use the excuse of "I'm sorry, it's the limitation of my ability" every time he replies to a negative review on Steam. But evidently he can make her go faster, so I think he should just make her go faster. The game is completely scaffolded by the creepy monster designs primarily, and the actual gameplay itself is actually quite weak. So, like, to recommend the game would have to be a no if you want engaging gameplay, and maybe yeah if you want to see, like, cool monsters and such, and some interesting death CGs. But, you know, the puzzles are complete busy work, sometimes it's not too bad, sometimes it's really obnoxious. And so simply increasing the move speed would be a good step in the right direction, I think, to make this game more generally appealing. It's only been out for less than a year. Nothing says that he can't go back, patch the game, make it play a little bit faster, since that's like the primary thing people complain about, is the excruciatingly low speed of someone who's got meter-long legs. It seems that Monster won't leave this room. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. Go open the box. Now, it seems this wasn't the boss of the stage itself, otherwise I would have gotten 3 coins for that. But if I did want to complete my book of death CGs, at least the game does provide unique bosses and monsters in repeatable rooms if you did want to fill it back up. So maybe at some point I will. Maybe at some point I'll do a tour around the island, collect all the deaths like we were doing yesterday when I couldn't quite find that crowbar that I needed for one puzzle. And thought, do I have to go back to all these things? Is it gonna unlock if I kill her some more? And then we did go through and unlock so many deaths, and then I thought, wait a minute. What if collecting deaths is a bad thing, and I'm locking myself to a bad end if I make her die too much, and so we reloaded back to only having that first accidental death? So maybe towards the end, since I do gotta go back to prior areas and find 8 diaries apparently, and if there isn't actually any kind of multiple ending situation, then maybe we will go back and find some monsters, find some prior bosses, see the many ways that she can die. If it doesn't matter anyway, then there's no harm in collecting the CGs and filling out the book. But if I can get my 3 coins for finishing the boss fight, and then go back and die to the boss, and get the CG, then of course we're going to try to survive the boss first. I don't think this dev really has other things on there. At least on Steam, do they? Let's see. Store page for Outlying Islands. If it wants to load. There we go. So, Publisher 2P Games is basically a whole lot of everything. 2P basically publishes anyone who asks. You got a pulse, 2P will publish you. But for the actual developer side, only Outlying Islands. Only Outlying Islands. So, this could be their first thing. It could be that simply on Steam they've only got this stuff. Who knows? But they managed to make the game, so surely they can patch it. they could release your Nasu sliding puzzle. They could. There are some devs who really do just publish anything, so if you needed a publisher for your Nasu sliding puzzle game MP, totally. Oh yeah, didn't see the fifth coin, did I? Wait, no, what am I doing? We got the doll, then we got attacked. We don't have the fifth coin yet. I'm getting ahead of myself here. On the one hand, maybe it's not proper for me to refer to the devs by he, kind of like using the masculine default, but on the other, would a woman artist really make the bag strap go into the boobs in such a way that it basically cuts the top in half to fit? Now, I'm no woman, but something tells me that wouldn't exactly be comfortable. Okay, so who's the fifth doll going? Well, he did mention not that mother, the other mother. So maybe the fifth doll is just the other mother. A little tiny something. Now hold on, I thought that the clown was a boy. Huh. Because the dad, the captain, did buy a clown costume for his son, but the clown costume was 2 sizes too big. And I just took that to mean, well, the son became a monster or something, or he's gonna let the son grow into it, whatever, right? But now we do have mom and dad outside, little boy, clown, and somebody else here. Piece fits the groove perfectly. Sudden explosion heard in the air. Right after the explosion, the puppet chess piece that had just been placed on the board started to shake. And he fell to his death. There is the broken rail. The little boy died at some point. He was born in 1978, and then 1980 is when the drinking starts, and in 1984, or was it 82? Is when the heartbreak happens. I thought the heartbreak was the mom and dad having a falling out. What if the heartbreak is the boy dying? Because there's already bottles all over the place, so it's not that the death drove him to drink. Puppet fell, red stains seep out. Everybody's bloody except for the dark-haired girl. And we saw from her corpse that she does have black hair. At least her corpse does. Though I still think she's a natural blonde. The way... as oblivious as she gets. And... you know, the way that she makes Guybrush look like an adventure game genius. Explosion startled me. 1986 is death. Well, now we got their full timeline. '86, they get married. 76 marriage. 78 baby. 80 comes a bottle. 82 comes heartbreak. And then 86, when the boy's about 8 years old, death. I just noticed that there's no vending machine guy here. Maybe there isn't because the hospital's pretty easy to get to from here. But if you didn't have any red potion and you wanted to survive the boss and not just die to it, then it's kind of crummy having to go all the way back out, down to the sewer, out to the left. The vending machine friend has been following me everywhere else. He can follow me here too. Now, there's no way that's comfortable. There's no way a top like that could even accommodate the bag strap just pinching right down between like that. And what do we got? A scarf? A bloody scarf? To my surprise, a box contained a scarf. For whatever reason, today, Google Lens wants to translate everything upside down. I don't know why the translation wants to be upside down, it's so weird. The scarf is extremely durable and embroidered with roses. Only drawback is there's red stains on it. Then give it to your aunt. Lost the coins, gained the scarf. Not long ago, a young captain rescued a little girl who had fallen into the water. Therefore, the girl came to admire this heroic captain. However, the young captain fell in love with a young lady, traveling during one of his voyages. Soon after, they got married, and shortly after, they had a baby boy. So the captain's been two-timing? Rescue one girl, fall in love, then fall in love with somebody else and marry her? But happiness is always fleeting. After his wife gave birth, she gained weight and struggled to lose it, gradually becoming depressed. Hey, Hordian. The walk animation's so stiff. She's practically walking on stilts, Hordian. I'll demonstrate it later, but she's got, like, thigh, the tiniest calf in the world, and then 1 mile of just shin to the ankle. And they keep on reiterating that after giving birth, she gained weight and couldn't lose it. Poor woman. Societal expectations getting her down so bad. The husband's work had also become increasingly busy due to the surge of tourists to the island. He was often not there for his wife when she needed comfort and companionship. The endless arguing and the child's crying echoed throughout the house. I still gotta find like 6 journals that are gonna be as wordy as this. Unable to bear the constant arguing, the husband decided to stay overnight in his cabin, going home less and less often. What if I turn my phone like this? If I turn my phone like this, would it stop being upside down? But now the manual translate button's all the way over there. His wife, meanwhile, drowned her sorrows in alcohol every day. Well, that's why she keeps retaining the weight. She's drinking so much, it's high calorie. Locking herself and her son in the room, refusing to come out. She wouldn't let anyone have contact with her son except for herself and her husband, who she rarely saw. Time flies. The young couple soon reach middle age. The little baby, their swaddling cloth, had grown into a shy little boy. The only thing that remained unchanged was the endless arguing, which had long since lost its reason. Suddenly, rumors of the man having an affair spread like wildfire. Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Upon hearing the news, a woman rushed to the girl's home, verbally abused her, and threatened to fight to the death. The girl and her family were criticized and scorned by their neighbors. She gradually became increasingly fearful of. So let's all stigmatize the girl that the captain ran off to, and not the captain who's cheating on his family, driving his wife to drink. However, all of this is just a rumor. The girl simply admired the man because he had saved her. He was a hero. She simply gave him a bowl of hot soup when he sat silently weeping at the harbor. The man simply admired and liked the family atmosphere of the girl's family, a home filled with laughter and joy. He thought of his own son. He thought his own son would grow up to be as admirable as the girl's younger brother. He felt as if he'd once had a family like that. The man will listen to the girl's father's marriage advice. After all, his own father passed away too early, and he'll think he should spend more time with his wife, comfort her worries, and listen to her concerns. Like this if you cry, every Tim. But the girl's younger brother deeply resented the woman's unwarranted cursing of his sister. This led to their family being ridiculed and scorned on the island. So, is it the clown? Is the clown actually the rescued girl's brother? It's so much text. All this from a scarf hoardian. We picked up the scarf, and then this flooded my brain apparently. My brother decided to take revenge on women. Let's scare her precious son a little. Let's help my sister get revenge, hence the clown. So the younger brother chose a day and sneaked into the woman's house at night. The woman's house is littered with empty wine bottles and overturned medicine bottles. That's not a good combination. The younger brother cautiously entered the small room on the second floor and found the woman's son, a lonely, frail figure. Oh, it's back to being upside down, so it doesn't matter what orientation I have my phone. But when the younger brother saw his son preparing to scare him, the little boy turned and smiled at him. And he was really happy. His face was beaming. Unlike his classmates who teased him at school, his eyes were full of sincerity. For the little boy who had been kept at home by his mother for many years, this was the first older child to come to play with him. Even the big boy, filled with hatred, smiled. His smile held a mix of bitterness, relief, and pity. After all, he knew his story. Yes, they were always innocent. Come on, translation. Stroke order, stroke order. All the misunderstandings seemed to disappear at once. Until... For some reason, today it's especially lazy with 2-character or 1-character phrases. Let's assume it says until. Right now, an explosion was heard. What was that voice that popped into my head? Who conveyed this message to me? The scarf, like Hordian said. Didn't the little boy say he would tell me the truth about what happened? Let's find my aunt first and then think about it. I mustn't forget my purpose of this trip. Compensation! We pick up my aunt to receive the compensation. Let's get the save first, since there's gonna be an actual boss once we get this stuff to my aunt. Her heels aren't that tall, the boots are. The boots most certainly are, and her legs most certainly are. Let me try to find that one area. Let me save first, then I'll find that one area where it does a close-up of the legs. There's stick legs, and then there's this. The heels themselves aren't too big by heel standards. But as you can see, she's got okayish thighs up here. Then her calf basically ends right there. There's knee, there's calf, and then there's all the rest of the leg. Assuming her ankle's about here, ankle and heel, then the rest of the foot. So all this isn't muscle. All this from below the calf to the top of the ankle, that's just stick. She's a stilt walker. With the proportions of these legs, at least with the calf, like, comparing with my own calf there, mine's pretty beefy. Hers is like more around there where it ends up. She's got like half the calf that I do. If I'm being generous, maybe more like 1/3. So her foot should be here. She's got twice the shin she's supposed to. Hey, see that? Knee, tiniest calf, and all that chopstick below. And she doesn't even do like one foot in front of the other. She's doing some kind of like shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Oh, there's Empy's groceries. The artist doesn't know how to draw the body properly, or draw proper body proportions, or how to animate. At the very least, while certain background elements kind of get me wondering, is this or isn't this? The consistent proportion problems make me think that the characters, at least, the character designs, can't possibly be AI with how consistent it is with designed decisions like that. The iron gate was firmly locked. Ant is inside. Place the scarf you received at the door and knock. That should get my aunt's attention. Aren't too bad an artist. Now that I mentioned AI, that's something to consider these days. I hate that it is something to consider. Like, when I saw this game on Steam, I thought, wow, these monster designs are so cool, this game looks so creepy, I want to try this out. Because, like, how could you look at a store page like this and not think, oh my goodness, this looks so creepy, this looks so evocative, I want to play this, I want to experience this, right? I don't want to have to consider, is this actually some creepy designs from somebody's head? Or is this AI, draw me something really creepy, thank you very much. There's no AI disclaimer. But that's not an end all, because some people just don't put AI disclaimers. So the hope is that this is someone who can do some pretty creepy art, but doesn't always do human proportions correctly. And you know, that's not too bad, right? If someone who's got some creepy ideas they want to put to page, and sometimes they make really long stick proportions. Even funny, goofy art is still cool art, you know? The backgrounds do make me wonder in a big way, so... do I count it as half a win if the character and monster designs were human pen and paper, but the background was, what is it, outsourced out to the machine? Sometimes it's tough to tell. Sometimes there's evidence of is it or isn't it. But the sad thing is, in this day and age, a lot of it is paranoia. A lot of it is, I've been burned a few many times, am I being burned right now? I don't want to have to worry. Make me dictator for a day so I can put a whole reset on all this so we won't have to worry is it or isn't it anymore. You ask Grok, using my exact wording. But MP, if you have to ask anyone, Grok is the worst one to ask, 'cause that poisons black neighborhoods in Tennessee. Of course, they're all in a race to see, like, where can we put our data centers to put, like, sonic attacks on people, to poison these waterways and whatnot. But Grok's rather infamous for it. Okay, Auntie, we good? You ready to come home? I'll see she's not so bad. Is that actually my auntie? Auntie. Well, there you go, we won. Finally met you. She's got a bloody block in her hand. Have we met a woman like her before? Because on the boat, there was a darker-haired woman with, I think, short hair, whose son had a bunch of literacy blocks. The message conveyed through the scarf has entered my heart. I misunderstood them. I also had my doubts about the comments. My inferiority complex and cowardice shattered her future and destroyed my family. If I'd been brave enough to step outside of that abyss sooner, step out of my room, step out of my home, and see the truth sooner, perhaps everyone would be happy. You can't blame yourself. You put on weight and had postpartum depression, and your husband, sure, had to work a whole lot more, but his cope was to leave his family, hang out with another family, be like, oh wow, your family is so much better than mine, I should make my family this good. You didn't have the support you needed, you can't blame yourself. You hate people to say I made this or I restored this, when it was just the work of an AI that's deceiving. It really is. Like, I was browsing Reddit the other day, and there was like a restoration of, not a restoration, a like, what is it? You know, like when the archaeology world or the anthropology world has like a recreation of this emperor, that emperor, we took this skull and using all sorts of data, all sorts of evidence, we recreated it to look like this maybe. We took this bust of an emperor and using all this pigment evidence, all these historical records, all these genealogical records, maybe he looks like this, one of those things. And it was very obviously just an AI filter on everybody. So, you know, like just a flesh filter. Just take these statues and put some flesh on their faces. And it was so lazy and so obvious. And you know, there was some justification of the comments like, well, if they did this or that, they could have done this. It's like, what are you talking about? They made no effort. The machine made that effort. There was no human participation in this Roman emperor's recreation at all. They push a button and the machine went ahead and be like, okay, here's a statue. If the statue was skin, it looks like this, bam. The will of the remote islands. May my soul be redeemed. Oh, is this it on credits? Oh, they were so young back then. You see that tiny animation on her hand when they went from like when they held hand like this to right before the baby hand. They really emphasize that all of her troubles were because she put on weight. And again, where's the husband in all this? You know, he's the one neglecting his family. He could have helped out a bit more. Sure, he works more, but if he actually helped his wife out when he was home, he wouldn't be causing rumors if he wasn't hanging out with the other family instead. All this is Aunt redeem this, Aunt redeem that. If only I knew. I caused all this trouble. No, you didn't. An actual explosion before tripping on the bottle and falling down. So what's the story with that? What's the, Oh, and then the dad goes out. There was kid with bullet hole in the head in the morgue. No, guy had bullet hole in the head, kid had bullet hole in the chest, didn't he? Locking herself away. So this is kind of explaining several of the spooks we've seen at a rapid pace. Like the hanging figure in the freezer back at the hotel. That was just a fish actually was the rescued woman who hung herself in shame. The publisher that released this game released 21 games last year. Yeah, but earlier, 2P games or whatever the publishers are. Basically, one of those they'll publish anything kind of publishers. There's another one that's kind of like that for another one of the games I play. Where is it? Let's School had a similar one, right? Let's School published by Pathea Games, and they're also kind of a we publish anything. No, not Pathea. They were. Was it them or somebody else? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. But 2P is one of those. You give it to us, you have a pulse, we're gonna publish it for you, we'll take it. Who else was it? Was it Other Side of Mist and Mountains? Because I think I looked into their stuff before, after playing the game, like, this is kind of shit. Is anyone else talking about this? And their publisher was one of those we publish everything kind of publishers. Their Discord was basically for every single thing they put out. No, that's Universe Studio. Do they get disconnected from their publisher? Because I'm not seeing anything else for Other Side of Mist and Mountains publishers. Who was it? There's somebody else like that. Which one of these myriad games I picked up over the years was it? Not Pale Beyond. Oh well. But yeah, the devs themselves are quite singular to this game, to Outlying Islands, but the publishers really do just have a wide net of everything. More than just romance, and pain, and heaviness, and understanding, and letting go. I was born on an outlying island. I witnessed... Quit going upside down. I witnessed the prosperity and decline of the outlying islands. However, I always yearn for the distant islands. I want to go out and see the world. Ever since the factory explosion on the island, something's been wrong with the island. So it's not the house got blown up. It's the explosion at the factory that got alluded to before. Was enough of a jolt to make the boy trip and fall down. This further solidified my resolve to leave the outlying island. Oh right, where'd I put that boat ticket again? I need to look for it. Is it Big Sister, wake up, wake up? Otherwise, you get caught in the obsessions of everyone else on the island. Too late! Too late! The entire game is you walk 2 feet down the street, stop right there, lady, gotta find me stuff to make a hat. Take 2 more steps, stop right there, lady. You gotta find my flying fish, 2 more steps, go back into that boat, bitch. Find me a doll, take 2 more steps. The way forward's over there, but the electric fence is still on. Could you kill time by finding me makeup remover in my school uniform? Take 2 steps, the path forward is dark. If you want to go through, I'll give you my ball of light. But you gotta find me a couple of trinkets first. You take 2 steps, and there's your aunt's house. Either way, we're already caught up in everybody else's bullshit. I'm so grateful that you've been saving the souls on the island. But I hope this time you could save yourself. Don't fall asleep again. Given that we're dead, we literally saw our corpse. Too late. Come on, translation. Is my screen too dusty? I kept the plastic cover on this monitor for like the past, what would it be, like 7 years now? Just so the monitor itself would stay clean, but as a consequence, the plastic cover is now so dusty. So effectively, I have a dirty screen, just an extra layer in front of it. Doesn't want to translate. Oh well, must not be important. Weird. So weird. I remember seeing my aunt and everything went black. Oh no, my head is starting to hurt. A new card? The Infinity card? Stamp! Could I use the stamp, and thus now I could use the mailboxes to warp from location to location to location? Because every major location does have a mailbox to which she only says, if I had the stamp, I could send the letter. Am I the letter? In the blink of an eye, my aunt has vanished without a trace. Did my aunt leave the house on her own and go to the evacuation point? Although my aunt seems to have some difficulty moving around, we can't rule out the possibility. Then I'll go outside and check the situation. Got an Outlying Island stamp. Can I use a mail delivery function to the mailboxes on the Outlying Island? Oh, hello. Is this final boss situation? Is this my aunt's true form? Is this my true form? 49.98 sounds pretty ultimate. I don't think we've seen a card that high yet. Big jump of power from the 400 or 4,200s to 49.98. The Skeleton Queen. Her appearance resembles a desiccated female body, with many human bones attached to her form, seemingly formed from the inner demons created by intense emotional fluctuations. Currently, it's unique. And distribution unknown. Same as it ever was. And now there's no more cause to stay here. Now the walls of light in front of the factory is gonna be gone, right? Hey, eyeball pelican. But the game doesn't want to translate. Come on, translation. You have a thing against pelicans now or something. Reconnection successful. Just a wave of low Wi-Fi here right now. The bird is talking about collecting the 8 diaries, which I really don't want to have to do. And even the internet's like, fuck that, I'm not gonna go back to every other area, collect 8 diaries, this stream is done. Just open the road ahead. Diary. Cold garbage fish. Heart blood shop. Fish beloved. Squeezed crowded jar. Cruise ship B. Rose pain pain. Baby crying wall. Upside down home. So, thank you, MP. So it is telling me where the diary pieces are, where the diaries are. Cold garbage fish is probably the freezer in the hotel. Heart blood shop is something in the department store. Fish beloved. That's probably the fish store where we brought the flying fish to. Squeezed crowded jar, that's on the cruise ship. Cruise ship B, something in the so so the internet is just really done with the bullshit. It's stable again, but it was stable last time too, and okay. It was stable last time too until suddenly it wasn't. It's also been 2 hours and 46 minutes, so I should take a BRB. But right, like I was saying. Reconnection successful, is it this time? I'm being pranked here. Every time I start to go down the list of where these things are located, suddenly it disconnects. And welcome back again, maybe. Maybe, if we're lucky, does the internet really want me to take a BRB? Because it has been almost 3 hours. It's being mighty unstable today. 2,900 kilobytes, 2,000. Maybe I should just take a BRB and have that be some time to wait for the internet to stabilize itself. Move to Finland for superior internet. I could. There's so much juicy pussy there after all. It's staying somewhat stable. Nope, nope. As soon as I say it's staying somewhat it drops to 2,000, 3,000. I'm not welcomed anymore. Ah! Well, I can't like bread? I can't be a fan of bread, MP? 44, 1000. More emphasis on the double S. Juicy pussy. 0. My pronunciation's so bad that it's saying, nope, no data coming out for you. We're not gonna have that abomination come out again. 100 zeros. Oh, so close to leaked. 1339, but not 1337. 8,000, does it exist? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do then. Because the net is currently being a pain, I'm gonna go ahead and take a BRB right now, because it has been a pretty long while to start a stream anyway. We'll take a BRB, we'll have the frames over here to glance at. And if we're lucky, it'll stay stable through the expansive BRB until I come back. And if nothing disconnects, we can do this find all 8 diaries, of which we've already got 2 at least. We found 2, I think. It's the rest we gotta go back and hunt for. So, I'll be back with more tea and a lack of juicy pussy. And hopefully, we'll have plenty of bitrate when I return. Got myself a fresh hot cup of tea and I'm still seeing plenty of green. I'm also seeing 21% of all frames dropped. 5,493 total, what the heck? And that's since the last disconnect. Ooh. Well, it's looking a whole lot more stable now, so I'm sure it's fine now, right? And thank you for those wild buddies, MP. Alright, assuming that everything is all hunky-dory now. Turn that bitrate counter off and get back over to hey. So, I'm jinxing it now because every time I try to go through this list before, I would disconnect. So let's see. Cold garbage fish is probably the freezer in the hotel. Heart Blood Shop is likely that one room that we couldn't get to inside of the department store. Fish My Beloved is likely the fish shop. Crowded Cylinder is the overstuffed aquarium in the cruise ship. Cruise ship B, somewhere on the B level. Rose Pain, maybe the bathroom stalls in the bathroom that was closed in the hospital that was closed off by what was it? It's either that, the bathroom stall in the hospital that was closed off by rose vines, or it's the black rose in the school. Baby crying wall is in the bathroom. Upside down home is here. So that should be everywhere. I should know where all those are. And monster cards, show them to me. I gotta get them all the monster cards too. There are 29 this time, a total of 30 can be found. I have to find every single last monster card. I'm missing one. There's no guides for this game. Because there's been enough people playing the game to put like 56 Steam reviews, but that's still basically nothing. There's a couple of Let's Plays on YouTube, but I'm not gonna go through an entire Let's Play to find missing cards. 25 pictures and more, I'm giving you good stuff. Very good, I saw, new. The promise, I'll give you something good. Is this for getting over 25 cards? Got unlimited exposure. Unlimited spring water is an important item. You can now drink as much as you want. So we've entered the end game where we gotta go back and collect... We were told by a ghost before to get all the diaries, all 8 diaries. I really hope we don't need all the cards too. But either way, this is the go back and get every piece of shit part of the game. And since I have to, it's like, alright, here, infinite run water. But the infinite run water is still pointless, because every screen you go to, you gotta go to menu, scroll to the water, select the water, confirm the water, and then you get slightly faster walk speed for one screen, and then you gotta repeat the process over. What he ought to have done is make this just infinite run. You drink this water, you run forever. Although in her case, it's more like infinite shuffle. I wonder if it's because its mouth was too full of stuff. The pelican was speaking in fits and starts. However, I could still barely make out what it was saying. 8 diaries marked the beginning of the path forward at the stone tablet. I'm currently at a loss for what to do. My aunt is nowhere to be found. Maybe I could try searching for those 8 diaries. The places mentioned as containing the 8 diaries seem to be somewhere I'd been. It seems I need to search more carefully in those 8 places. So she's only talking about diaries, she's not talking about the cards. I'm guessing that by collecting at least 25 is giving me a good reward, but it's not necessary for the game's completion. Some rooms explored. Rooms that have new monsters have appeared. So yeah, we still have the walls of light here. So if I want to get into the factory, I gotta get all the diaries. Let's see if I can mail myself. Mailbox stands here. The stamp I received is glowing. Hotel, Pier, School, Hospital. So yeah, the mailbox is teleportation. I get to mail myself. So the stele in question whee! And now the effect is off. And back to walking slow all over again. You see what I mean? Stele is over here, and it begins a story about the, what is it? The two that were meant to be wed. The sailor who fell in love with the island's leader's daughter. And the island leader said, no, you're not a captain at least. You're just a sailor, you can't marry my daughter. So the daughter threw herself off the rocks. So begins the island's curse. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. So diary number 1. Frozen garbage fish. All the way back into here. Poor rat baby. That was all of yesterday. There's a first boss if I want to collect the CG for dying to it. Hey, new diary entry. Okay, let me... clear my sinuses quick, because when I do a whole lot of reading, my nose starts getting stuffy. I could put an elephant to shame when I start clearing those out. There's a diary here. In my family, the position of spiritual medium is hereditary. I'm not very good at keeping track of time, so I'll be recording some of the more unusual things that happened in my time as medium. If this wants to translate. Our family moved to the Outlying Islands in 1966 because the elders said the place is full of spiritual energy, suitable for our family's development. First, I want to emphasize that spirits do exist, but they do not have physical form. Therefore, you don't need to pay attention to the fabricated stories of some scammers. Upside down again. Spirits are divided to 2 main categories. Those that arise naturally, commonly including spirits of objects and living beings, and those that arise from the obsessions of living beings. The most common being earthbound spirits and inner demons. I noticed that after the explosion at the Spirit Spring water base, the fluctuations of spiritual energy changed. Physical spirits are slowly beginning to appear on the island, and even more terrifyingly, space itself is being distorted. The materialization of inner demons is utterly disastrous. I'm sure there's no need to tell those old fogies. They have their own countermeasures. the family divided to two factions. One supporting staying to continue observation and research, and the other supporting leaving the island temporarily as a precaution. After all, there has never been a large number of physical spirits mentioned in the family records. I left with my parents. Diary ends here, it's a short one. So we got how many diaries now? 1, 2, and 3. 5 more to go. Department store next. Was there a thing behind this one? There's nothing behind this, is there? No. As slow as she shimmies, monsters still can't keep up with her sometimes. You know, it doesn't look so bad as long as you cut off the legs from below, like if you can't see below her thighs. It might not be much of a walk cycle, but this kind of has a Rob Liefeld approach of hiding the legs to hide the shortcomings. I'm alright, department store. This guy said if I found any hats to bring them to him. We found one room with a hat, and we were unable to pick it up. Though there was already a diary that we picked up here, so I don't know if we're going to find any new diaries. There's nothing here, and we can't get to the door back here either. So I think the diary in this shop is already accounted for. Can't get through there. Nothing new in the Baphomet room. Nothing new in the medicine room. At least the department store is pretty small, so if the diary I found already is the only diary here, then it's pretty easy to confirm it and get back to business. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There are these tags that we never did anything with. Those tags never came to pass for anything. Very bizarre. Got the tooth over here. Crushed a goose, yeah. Department store's already done. To the ship, then. Get my health back. This room is fairly big, so it's to my benefit to use the infinite run potion here. In this room, she's actually pretty quick. That's a huge dichotomy between potion drinking and just normal walking. How do I make this the default speed? Diary. 1976, and it's another big un. My family has always made a living by farming. I'm only the one left in my generation. These few plots of land are practically unusable. Everyone else is switching to business, but I spent most of our lives as farmers, who only know how to till the soil. We can't do anything else. If we can't find a way out, we'll have no choice but to write our wills. 77. It's so cold outside, there's a 3-meter square hot spring pool in front of the door. It'll warm your hands and feet. Oh, a rich guy came here and bought up everything related to the hot spring. This water must be something good. Using it to irrigate the farmland might increase yields. 79. Started watering my plants with hot spring water. The year before last, it's truly magical. Any plant watered with it will flower and bear fruit no matter the season. And the fruit is plentiful, delicious, and incredibly appealing. I'll be able to rebuild my house soon. Haha, I'm not telling anyone this secret. 82. My melons and fruits sold very well, and many merchants from other places wanted to cooperate with me, but I refused. Only I can grow my melons and fruits. Because of the secret spring, I dared not buy land to grow crops anymore. So I decided to try raising a few livestocks. 83. I've discovered that feeding animals with the rotten leaves and unwanted peels of fruits and vegetables make them grow exceptionally well, less prone to illness and much larger. This spring water is truly a wonderful thing. 84. A few shrubs had sprung up sparsely beside a hot spring pool in front of the door. Fearing they would drink away my precious spring water, I decided to dig them up. The shrubs bore tiny red berries that tasted absolutely delicious. 85. I failed. Those fruit-bearing shrubs can't survive anywhere except near a spring, and the old lady next door has been eyeing them ever since she ate some. I need to build a locked fence to keep them out. 86. The spring water seems to be decreasing. It used to be more than enough for irrigating the fields, but now only 2/3 full and the water is almost gone. What should we do? 87. Spring water is dwindling, so I divided the vegetable garden into 5 sections, irrigating one of the sections closest to the house with spring water. The water is so precious, I have to be careful with it, but the livestock I keep at home are getting increasingly agitated because I can't get any vegetables I grow. Have to think of something. 89. Last night, those bastards made a huge hole in the cement fence and escaped. They deserve to die. The spring in front of my house is almost dry. Can't even supply my vegetable garden anymore. I tried to get water from the hot spring company. The company owner has shut down all the hot spring resort facilities. It's one of the largest hot spring source with layers upon layers of barriers. Damn it. Damn it. 1992. Penniless again, but thankfully still have the bushes in front of the door. Although the fruit harvest isn't as plentiful since the spring dried up, the taste is still intoxicating. I know many people are watching them. Especially when the fog rolls in, pairs of hungry eyes emerge from the shadows. 95. How long does this keep going? I'll protect my fruit. It's mine. No one can have it. Not even the devil in the fog. 1996. I always thought they wanted my fruit until they grinned, drooling, and scratched my door. Run, run. Nothing more. Ugh, this is the longest one. Then my fast walking's all gone. Okay, first... Where's my room? My room's over here, right? First, the crowded cylinder, because I know where that is. Crowded cylinder, and then somewhere nebulous on B-deck. B-deck has what? The periscope, it's got the arcade, it's got SpongeBob. It's got many places to check and no confirmations. Diary, diary, who's got theirs a diary? So we never had to, like, play the piano. I thought for sure there was gonna be a puzzle where we find the missing keys and then play some music. And now Onyx is crying outside my door because he's woken up from his nap. And he's going to want me to pet him and give him attention. Hey, Onyx. It's that time of day for pets, Onyx. It's only 12:30, Onyx? What, do you want to be the streamer, Onyx? You want to sit in the chair? You want to be the big boy? Let's get this out of the way. Just a little bit. Okay, Onyx, here's your pets. But yeah, thought for sure this is gonna be another puzzle to come back to later, because you see a piano with missing keys, an adventure game like this, and the natural instinct is okay. At some point we have to find the key, maybe find the sheet music, play some simple song they want me to play to unlock some other thing. So I'm actually surprised with all the puzzles they had on this cruise ship, and this cruise ship definitely could have used some trimming. That the piano key wasn't among them. I can tell, Onyx, that you're really trying very hard to put your head down to lick my hands. But you can't lick my hands when I'm petting you like this under your chin. Nor like this when I'm going after your ears. This poor leaky eye of yours, Onyx. We got so many vaccines for cats. How do we vaccinate against feline herpes without common and communicable, that is? Feline leukemia is a simple shot or two. Rabies is a simple shot. But we haven't solved that one, have we? Could I play my game now, Onyx? Do you want to just take a nap on the bed behind me? Okay. Back all the way to 1970. My heart just ached right now. Having to go through all this to get some lore. 1975. My early years of the business world and the high-intensity work every day left me with many hidden health problems. My personal doctor suggested I take a break from work and rest. I accepted. He suggested and prepared. I accepted his suggestion and prepared to go to a nearby island to explore, hoping to discover new business opportunities. You fool. (1975) still made a huge discovery. On this island where I'm vacationing, the hot spring seems to have many unique benefits. So unique no other hot spring can compare. Spent nearly a month visiting and investigating, and made an important decision. I'm going to acquire all the hot spring related businesses and projects here to research the secrets of immortality. 1976. My legal team and I have acquired most of the properties and companies, including the school and the island's only private hospital. See, nobody should have so much money that they're able to just buy out everything like this. That is a societal danger. I've also recruited world-leading experts in physics, calculus, chemistry, biology, and medicine from the dark web. In 1976? From the dark web? To work on my findings. I will create miracles. Like the dark web apparently existing in 1976. What is it, Onyx? I'm not allowed to have my phone up and read diary entries. I'm not even playing the game properly, Onyx. I'm just getting the background lore for every major and minor participant of this sordid story. We had a random farmer. We had a shop girl from the department store. We got who now? The business owner that bought everything up. There's another one we got. I forget who that one was for. You're so greedy, Onyx. You're such a greedy little boy. Hey, Onyx, let me read. 1979. Our team built a laboratory next to the largest hot spring, and so far everything's going well. The added scenery and hot springs brought considerable benefits, which further advanced our experiments. You don't like me reading, Onyx? Your head is down so dejectedly, you don't... Oh, you're looking at my pencil. You want to drop my pencil, Onyx? There, you dropped my pencil, I'll go after it. For that matter, I should plug this phone in. 81. I have the best technology and technical team, but our research on the hot springs have hit a deadlock. The composition of the spring water is indeed very rare, but there seems to be some mysterious elements that are completely beyond our control and capture. '83. Our work hasn't been going very well these past few years, but thanks to this precious spring water, we don't seem to have aged much. But so what, at my age, I simply can't afford to waste any more time. It seems necessary to expand the scope of the experiment, increasing its intensity and raise the dosage of the experimental subjects. 86! This damn spring water, damn it, is completely out of control. The animal test subjects were perfectly stable before I used it on them. It was very effective for the first 2 weeks, so why did this happen? It's disgusting. Unacceptable. Thankfully, it's my hospital. I need to handle these test subjects properly and make sure they don't get discovered by outsiders. 86! A small explosion occurred in the lab yesterday, thankfully without any injuries. The scientists are all criticizing me for being too eager for quick success. What a joke. Why don't they say bad things about me when they're getting paid? 86. This morning I was called to the police station and asked about several unidentified corpses found in the spring after the explosion. I realized something was wrong, so I called a professional to help me swim to the spring to investigate. Dive down to the spring to investigate. My god, the bottom was almost entirely filled with infant corpses. I'm certain I only accept umbilical cord blood. There's absolutely no involvement of human lives. So this rejuvenating spring water is turning umbilical cord blood into full-fledged babies and potential corpses. Now we got something interesting in this, at least. Luna said the spring water in the island seemed to be slowly drying up, or more precisely, the spaces flowing backwards. She gave me an example. Hold on. The interface is blocking the text. It's so greedy with words here. Scrunch it up. Hold on, Onyx. Saying our space is an empty bottle. The bottle with spring water poured some into ours, filling it up as well. Now for some reason, the bottle that was originally full is starting to draw water back in. Damn it, I even had to stop the supply of umbilical cord blood for the baby. The baby? We got Clock Tower Dan in here too. Damn it, I even had to stop. Yeah, yeah. What bad luck. So much effort and in the end, nothing. 91. The fog is getting more and more frequent these days. A sewer beneath the spring that discharged the remainings of an infant is making me uneasy. Strange evidence points to the hospital, but I can't worry about that anymore. Whenever the fog rolls in, it feels like we're not in our own world at all. The world in the fog is similar to the real world, it also seems incredibly terrible. I feel like I'm gonna break down. Then stop writing! 93. I'm certain that an alternate dimension truly exists on the island, and the frequency of its eruptions is increasing. Some mysterious creatures seem to have appeared from within it. Everyone is urging me to leave immediately, saying that things here are beyond our control, but all of my years of efforts will be wasted, so I had to persevere a bit longer. What a spot for nothing left. 1995. The damned ingrates have mostly left in 2s and 3s, leaving only the biology PhD and Luna and her husband. The spring water is gradually decreasing, and fewer tourists are coming. The spatial shifts on the island are also becoming more frequent, and strange things are happening one after another. Even the island's residents have noticed something amiss. It seems that research on the island can no longer be kept secret. 96! Someone reported strange occurrences here. The government sent a special envoy to take over the area, and told us to leave as soon as possible. My career is over. I investigated everything in the Immortality Project. I won't leave until the very end. 96! I saw them up close. What have I been researching for the past 10 years? It ate Luna's husband. Luna, dragging her bloodified upper body, stared at me in terror. Leave. I have to leave this hellhole. This place is out of control, and it's finally done! Now, I'll let you out, Onyx. Looking at me with those big green eyes. Ooh. Greedy boy comes to me for pets. I give him pets. I'm done petting him, so he leaves. Coin represented the businessman. I thought for sure I'll crack this open, but nah, just the same room as it. So, ship B it said, right? So somewhere on the B deck? The mystery of the snow globes, and the drawer that's already been open, with someone taking something from there that wasn't me, going unsolved. It'd be a good spot to put the diary. But alas, I didn't make the game. Oh, hello! You're new! That is a new one. Well, luckily, we have a shortcut around. Maybe it is in the periscope room, then. Straight line, didn't even move. It's not in the SpongeBob room. How you doing, SpongeBob, my boy? Oh, it's giving me a coin. The lady here is gone, so I can go behind where she was. There's blocks here. And of course the foreshadowing with all the wine bottles, all the alcohol bottles under their bed. But it was never commented upon. Voting blocks on the table. That's it? That's everything? Still won't comment on all the booze bottles. Just the meal. Okay, not seeing anything in this room. How about the periscope room? Not in the periscope room? So then there's nothing on the B deck at all. Because this is the extent of the B deck. You would think all this cool air coming down might be something, but that's nothing either. Do I click it? No. It's not one of those rare environmental things you can click to do a spooky. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 more to go. What other clues do we get? Rose, baby wall, upside down house. Maybe I've already gotten the one on Cruise B. Oh man, that was a tense one to get past. What this should say is C down. Because this says B is up, that says A is up. This says B is up and B is down. That's the kind of mistake that only a human could make. Oh my goodness, I've actually dodged. Never mind. I have dodged it not. Hospital time now. Whoop, not smashing on through. No, school first, I think. Let me go back to the school first. And if you pick up some deaths along the way, oh well. I'm quite certain that, deaths or deaths to bosses don't matter as far as getting different. I don't think there even are different endings. All you get by dying is you get rewarded by unlocking more CGs for the book. Now I've got another death recorded, and since the art is pretty much the big appeal of the game, you're encouraged to hunt them down. But I'm also discouraged from getting them first time through because a death is a failure. Especially since dying to a boss erases the boss. Diary in the room with ouch roses. Okay, 1986. This must be some kid who was too young in the 70s then. Today is Halloween, and the tourists and children on the island are having a blast. From the moment it got dark, waves of people were handing out candy to children. It's tiring, no doubt, but thinking of the happy faces behind those scary yet funny masks is all worth it. Around midnight, around 11:30, I heard sirens. I heard that little boy had died in an accident. Oh, so sad. Hey, Swedish guy. Her walking animation is terrible, it really is. I think she's not wearing socks in her big boots, so she's trying to avoid blisters. But if you take the proportion of her legs, she's also practically walking on stilts. So that gives her double reason to just scoot around. 1986 still. Oh my god, this is terrible. One of the children in my class was shot and killed. I've been teaching on this island for so long, and the island has always been very safe. What happened? Thinking about that child, he was only 13 years old, without the rebelliousness of his peers. A quiet and gentle boy. How could this have happened? 87. The weather on the island hasn't been as good as it used to be lately. Ever since that child died, I've been having nightmares and I've been starting to lose weight. I went to the principal to resign, but he didn't agree. He said it would be hard to find a teacher as good as me again and suggested I try teaching younger grades in a different environment. They've only got the one school. What different environment could there possibly be? The number of tourists on the island has decreased, probably directly related to the drying up of the spring. There's a gifted girl in my class. For a primary school student, her knowledge far surpasses that of many adults. She said her parents were scientists who visited the island before. Scientists? Maybe, but who knows? 1991. The outlying island has become a foggy island, with thick fog every few days, making it impossible to drive. Fortunately, the school is not too far from the apartment. When it's foggy, I always felt that the surrounding environment has changed, becoming more silent and desolate. Silent, huh? The Silent Hill Island? Deep within the fog, there seemed to be some unspeakable terror. Fortunately, this feeling was not intense and was fleeting. 1994. Everyone says I'm sick, but I know I'm not. Whenever the fog rolls in, it's as well as monsters appear. The principal gave me paid leave, but I don't need a therapist, I need the truth. 94 again. Been intentionally maintaining a close relationship with Shirley, the girl genius in my class. Something's definitely wrong here. If her parents are really scientists, and she must know something. Wasn't Shirley one of the characters, one of the girls that somebody had a crush on in the lore bits we've been finding? 1995, Lily is really smart. She said she knew about my intentions a long time ago. It's just that her parents had a confidentiality agreement, so Lily and Shirley's the same person. And she rarely came home, so she didn't know the specifics. But after subtly probing her parents, she was willing to tell me everything she knew. I'm truly grateful that things went as expected. The wealthy businessman's experimental team seems to have inadvertently opened up a new space. And this mysterious space is eroding us. 1995. Shirley and I decided to report this to the authorities. They've really gone too far. Next, we need to gather more concrete evidence and send it to the relevant departments. 1995! After submitting the application, we received a quick reply. They said the government would send a special envoy to handle the matter, that we could evacuate the island ourselves if necessary. It keeps on going. 1996! I've been busy trying to persuade the parents of the students who don't want to leave, but there are still some stubborn old folks unwilling to leave. I can understand that, since the excuse I give them to persuade them to leave are all made up by the National Energy Administration and have no credibility. 96! I had to leave. Shirley's parents were dead. Yes, they were attacked by unknown creatures. I used the Energy Bureau's connections to adopt Shirley. Although Shirley seems quite calm about her parents' death, she's still very young. We need to get away from this mess as soon as possible, and that is it! Ooh. Is it on a hill too? Kinda. What is an island but an aquatic hill? So this is Outlying Aquatic Silent Hill. 2 more! 2 more journals to go. The baby wall and the upside down house, which means we haven't missed a single one yet. And like I said, in this game, if a boss kills you, the boss is gone. Whether you survive the boss or get killed by the boss, you advance either way. Which it kinda cheapens the whole thing. It makes it kinda feel pointless unless you really want 3 extra coins. That's the only difference. If you survive, you get 3 extra coins. Oh, there's the woman whose card we got, but we never saw her before. Is she the head nurse? Is the Needles woman, the needly latex woman, the head nurse? This is her diary? 1975! This could have given me 30 whole years of reading. Let me give my poor throat a break. It's not used to having to narrate. Let me see how the socials are looking right now before I continue on. Okay, those discords caught up on. Oh, those discords caught up on. How about blue sky? Anything new on the skies of blue? Cool art, drop a like. Funny art, drop a like. Taganta articles, cool. Okay, I think I caught up real quick. Yeah, I'm all caught up on that too. Okay, let's go read the head nurse's diary. 1975. Today is the happiest day of my life as a nurse because I've been promoted to head nurse and will soon have my own nurse's room. 1976. Ever since the team of researchers arrived on the island, they've been buying up large quantities of neonatal cord blood and stillborn babies from our hospital at exorbitant prices. I've convinced their superior to become the hospital's and the lab's purchasing specialist so I could skim some extra cash. 1979. There aren't many pregnant women or new mothers on the island, let alone stillborn babies. The research team's boss is a well-known tycoon. As long as I have a steady stream of supplies, I'll have inexhaustible wealth. So, we know from the businessman's diary, as if going through all the lore and trying to piece it all together matters, that he thought they were only using umbilical blood and no actual babies. But it does sound like some stillborn babies were acquired for the research. 1980. I place advertisements to the surrounding newspapers offering special care and discounts to pregnant women and new mothers coming to the island. Initially it worked well, but some women were still persistent. I need to think of other methods. 1982. I've connected with black market suppliers of stillborn babies, which has increased my profits. I don't know how they end up on the black market, but as long as they reach me, that's fine. Don't worry about it. 1984. My friend in the black market said that besides lambs, he could also get pregnant ewes. They're speaking euphemistically, aren't they? Smuggling in lambs and pregnant ewes. Money is great. You can make money from money and control everything. 1986. The lab exploded and all the bodies I'd secretly dumped into the sea over the years miraculously surfaced at the crater. Thankfully, it was only a few bodies. Also, the explosion accidentally killed 2 boys and a man who committed suicide out of guilt. The island's police were in a frenzy, seemingly neglecting the matter of the bodies. Looks like it's time to leave. So, It feels like this is a game that puts a lot of villainy on women. The mother, the wife of the captain, was considered a guiltier party than the captain because she got depressed when she gained weight after the pregnancy and got super depressed and locked her son up if only and then distrusted her husband. If only she was a better wife during her postpartum depression years when she was neglected by her husband, none of this would have happened. And now it turns out that the head nurse was smuggling in stillborn babies and quite possibly pregnant mothers who she dumped in the sea after harvesting their babies, I guess. Since earlier the police were alerted to bodies that washed ashore, and then holy shit, what's this? Why are there all these babies in the spring? The babies in the spring seem separate from here are some bodies, so I'm assuming the bodies that washed up were fully adult. Let's see, time to leave. 1986 again. Now that my business is over, I'm planning to leave after I've disposed all traces of my life here. Interestingly, I just treated a woman who hanged herself. She was already dead when I arrived, but her father wouldn't let us take the body, saying we'd already taken his son. What a strange person. 87. Items getting weirder and weirder. Luckily, I'm leaving tomorrow. The thick fog outside seems to have drifted into my bedroom. What is that? The head nurse did disappear, and that's it. One more diary to go. One more, then we're done. Am I gonna die to the dual gun bosses? Or is it just the one this time? Oh, they got somebody new here too. I didn't see you. You're new. Instant death. There's no getting around her. Ooh, ho 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 ho. Take that screenshot for a certain doctor. The candelabra is so judgmental. Now let me alt tab out to Discord. And that counts for house, so it warps me to house. Just one more diary to go and the Pelican will let me pass. Upside down house, it said. That could only be. In here. Researcher. 1980. Today, I unexpectedly received a letter from one of the top 20 richest people in the world. As for who it is, that's a secret. The main content of the letter is an invitation for me to conduct a secret research at his laboratory. The experimental location is a bit remote, but the salary is not to be refused. 1980 still. Been on the island for a month now. Far from the city center, the environment is quite nice. When I arrived, several scientists had already been working here for years. Initially, they couldn't detect any microorganism in the mysterious hot spring, let alone any organism visible to the naked eye. When I arrived, there were already a few fish in the hot something or other. I ran out of space. I compared the chromosomes of fish from the waters near the Outlying Islands and those from the hot springs have been an astonishing discovery. The fish in the hot springs actually have their own unique set of chromosomes. I discovered a new fish. Well, you could say a new species. 83. The fish population of the hot springs is increasing in number and variety, and everything's developing in an unreasonable direction. Even evolution could not achieve such speed and perfection. 86. The composition of the hot springs is constantly changing. The laboratory explosion seems to have accelerated this change. According to experimental results, fish from the waters around the outlying islands can now survive in hot springs that are mutating at extremely rapid pace. 88. I conducted numerous experiments, discovered that fish from all over the world can live and reproduce at this hot spring. Just a few years ago, there were hardly any fish at all. This rate of change is terrifying. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, the discoveries of research would have absolutely shocked the world. 1990. Amphibians had appeared around the hot spring. Yes, they are mysterious species formed from the mutation of these strange fish, and they're starting to invade the land. I think we might not be able to continue our secret experiments any longer. These things are no longer under our control. We have to hand them over to those people. 92. Mr. Jin's experiment has opened the door to a new world. We witnessed miracles. However, Mr. Lisbon firmly believes that we have opened the door to evil at another world filled with bloodshed. Jump to 1993. The mutated creatures around the hot spring have become uncontrollable within the designated area. Not only are their physical functions constantly improving, but their brains are too, especially when the fog rolls in. Those monsters seem to be able to move through every corner in any space. The dense fog linked parallel dimensions, allowing life forms inside and outside these dimensions to influence and transform each other. Some could even mate and reproduce. Perhaps for this reason, the creature on the island began to exhibit intense aggression. It's terrifying. 1995. I'm glad that this researcher was less verbose. These changes here are beyond individual control. Dr. Lisbon was the first to leave with his team and advised the wealthy businessmen to report the situation to the relevant authorities. 95 still. Most of my colleagues already left, and I was actually preparing to go back as well, but I couldn't bear to leave the biological samples here, so I decided to stay and check on the situation. Luna and her husband made the same decision as me, 1996. The wealthy businessmen said our secret experiment had to be terminated because someone reported the situation, and the relevant national departments would be directly investigating and forcibly demanding that we leave. Luna and I decided to wait and see. 1996. Luna and her husband are dead. Their poor little daughter is now an orphan. The wealthy businessman has decided to end his research here and leave. 96 still. I initially thought that Luna and her husband's daughter become an orphan. But it seems that she was adopted by a teacher on the island. Now that my employer, the wealthy gentleman, has also left the island, decided to stay a few more days and then leave too. January is very busy this year. The cruise ship that had taken us from the island came to pick us up. I picked up my luggage. There wasn't anything of value inside. After all, the confidentiality agreement stated that all research data from these years belonged to the wealthy businessman and couldn't be copied. You love weather like this, don't you? I patted the glass bottle in my breast pocket. Inside was a flying fish named Pogi. A real one. Oh, Pogi. Do you think the fish shop owner might have been that researcher who specifically asked for the fish back? And didn't quite care that it was dead as long as it could reunite. Well, that's it. That's all 8 diaries now. And she's just gonna say she's got all 8 diaries. Gotta go back to the pendulum. Pendulum, the pelican. I gotta go back to the pendulum. There's only 3 hours for dank movie night. I started the stream extra early because I didn't know how much time would be needed to finish the game. For all I know, 3 hours could be the full remainder of the factory. I got your diaries, I'll let me out of here. I have the diaries, what should I do next? I have 8 diaries! I got 8 diaries! Collected at the stone tower. Okay, let's go back to the stele then. We gotta start the journey there, right? Which means going all the way back out this way. Surely no one in age would have such an image of women. Like I've said before, Swedish guy, I very heavily suspect that, for various reasons, I don't think that the developers were women. Layer of gold text appeared with a stone tablet depicting the item story. It's not gonna give me the whole thing we just read, is it? Item steeped in history. Its administrator is said to be descendants of members of the Blood Chamber from long ago. Story begins with the island's last owner, at a time when the outlying island didn't yet have its own name. Island's owner, Sen, was a man of great affection and loyalty. His wife gave birth to a daughter, Moon, but soon after, she was taken by an accident. He raised his daughter Moon alone and never remarried. Is that gonna be us? Long hair? Choice in clothes? From that tiny figure, she blossomed a beautiful young woman. Time seemed to have flown by the blink of an eye. Moon's always been the island's pride. She was intelligent, brave, kind, sincere, especially her starry eyes, which resembled her mother's. Bright as the Milky Way in the clear sea, the difference was a red mole beneath her eye, making her more charming and captivating. Moon been going to the harbors where the seabirds, when the sea breeze blows, a faint salty smell is mixed with strong bitter taste. Young girl fell in love with a poor sailor who dreamed of becoming a musician. Soon the old island lord learned of it. The protective father decided to test the waters with the boy his daughter loved, so he went to the sailor in secret. After learning the sailor's dream, the old lord had a brilliant idea and told the sailor he was willing to sponsor his studies at a prestigious music academy and provided him with the living expenses of his studies. The condition for the exchange was that he must leave Moon and never return. Dreams and love are inherently difficult choices, both seemingly unattainable. He would gamble on the fickle nature of the human heart. In the end, the sailor departed, just as he promised the old man without a trace. After the sailor left, the stubborn Moon remained at the harbor, watching from sunrise to the starry sky. Gradually waning, the old island's owner was heartbroken, so he fabricated evidence that the sailor had fallen into the sea, hoping she'd recover. Your boyfriend's dead, get over it. Upon receiving the news, Moon broke into a deep sleep, and indeed she stopped going to the beach afterwards, only humming his song. On a snowy night, the moon went to the place where they first met. Moon went to the place where they first met, and disappeared into the long night, along with the sea mist. Yeah, you killed her, bozo! The father, devastated by the loss of his daughter, turned gray overnight. For the past year, he tried everything, but nothing could bring his daughter back. Just as the old island's owner was losing hope for life, a baby girl washed ashore by the turbulent currents of the sea. The baby girl's eyebrows and eyes looked exactly like Moon, and there was the identical red mole in the corner of her eye. The island's owner named her Beechen, which in ancient Eastern texts represents the Star of Hope. After adopting Beechen, the island owner divided ownership of the island among the islanders as a way of thanking heaven for his bounty. He also named the island Li Dao, the Outlying Island. May all those you love in the world, though they depart, never truly leave you. Beechen lived a happy and fulfilling life. His life came from the sea and ended on a remote island. And a clear spring slowly welled up at the place where she was buried. And so the cemetery became a sinkhole. The true origin of the island's name. I got a hat. A hat for the Hat Man? A hat shaped like a whale. The hat's fairly well made. Hat enthusiasts would be willing to pay a premium for it. Got the hat. Well, we're not gonna get compensation for bringing our aunt back by 4 p.m. So maybe we'll get compensation for the hat. We haven't even made it to the factory yet. He likes the hat. Exchange this item for you. What did I get? Strange Spirit? Strange Tales Chapter 6, The Strange Hat, Change Z. More words! Ugh! On the islands of the sea, a similar rumor circulates as a merchant with a strange hat and a crooked appearance who collects all sorts of things. If he takes a liking to something and you're willing to trade with it, get anything you want. Section 3, The Merchant's Guard. Gradually a story emerges. Another one! A young man on deck stood out, not for his handsome face, but for his complex expression. His eyes held both the anticipation of looking at the horizon and the unease at examining the silver ring on his hand. Clearly the strange hat-wearing man, smoked a cigar nearby, also noticed him. The strange hat-wearing man approached the boy and explained his purpose. First he introduced himself very politely, saying his name was Quize, and that others call him Strange Hat. He was a merchant who traded goods and asked the boy if he was interested in doing business with him. The boy stared in astonishment at the man who was over 2 meters tall, shaking his head to indicate he had nothing but the letter of recommendation to the music hall or whatever, I guess. The strange hat ignored the boy's explanation and said suddenly, "A young sailor really doesn't have much to offer, and you've already lost your love. Perhaps I could help you, but I need you to work for me." The young sailor looked slightly surprised and whispered, "Help me. How could I turn what I've lost into what I have?" The strange hat gave a sly smile and said, "I need a treasure guardian. My cargo ship is full of treasure. I just need you to help me fill my vault with treasure and protect them during this time. After that, you'll be free and receive a huge sum of gold and silver, enough to buy 10 islands. With that, you can return the money to the cunning old father, and your agreement will naturally be null and void." Why me? The boy was so surprised he didn't even consider why he knew everything. Of course, what I value is your integrity and your carefree freedom. This is the deposit if you'd like. The strange hat pulled a heavy bag from his pocket and handed it to the hesitant boy. The boy opened the velvet drawstring bag, which was filled with brilliantly colored gems. The value of these gems would be enough to repay for the old island's lord, pay tuition, and still have plenty left over. The boy nodded thoughtfully. The moment the boy agreed, the sea suddenly became turbulent, and the boy lost his footing and fell into the sea. Did he become the guardian whale? He felt his body grow heavy, and stared in terror at the strange hat on the ship, wanting to ask why, but he could no longer speak. "Your body is my treasure trove. I put all my treasures inside. When you feel it's full, you'll be free." With that, he vanished from the boy's sight. The boy in the sea went from fear and terror to regret and sorrow. He tried to eat all the treasure he found on the seabed, and tried even to swallow the entire pirate ship. But no matter what he did, the stomach was always empty, could ever be filled. Gradually he accepted that fact, that he had nothing before, and now he had nothing to lose. Every day he swam back to the island to secretly watch his beloved girl on the beach. He would sing to her, but she could never hear him. For several days the girl didn't come, and he felt a strange fear, just as a sea fog, something something. She came unexpectedly, locked like a lost butterfly. She hummed a song he had written, wore his favorite white dress, and leaped into the sea. He did it. He panicked, and he swam towards her, clumsy and heavy, not letting her sink. Just as a big fish approached the girl, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She frowned tentatively and touched his eyes. The girl seemed to recognize him, and she happily opened her arms to hug him. Yet, his stomach, there was space inside. He opened his mouth wide and gently swallowed the girl. Just as the girl entered the fish's belly, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Oh, he's a mommy now. He's gone from whale to seahorse. The treasure was overflowing. The boy suddenly realized that she was the greatest treasure. Fellas, if it was really meant to be, bore her. In the end, the boy gained his freedom, and together with his lover found a free cat. The free cat gave them a large sum of money, but the boy could not fully turn back into a human, and so had to return to the sea half the day. To express his apology, the free cat said he would give their child a gift. It does want to translate. Whatever. It's probably like, ah, so it is. So, what do you think? The story was pretty good, wasn't it? You've always brought me so many surprises, and now you know so many stories. Perhaps some things have been forgotten, but memories will eventually be awakened. Are we that child? As for whether there are any stories within stories, or whether the story continues after the story, those are other people's stories. Don't you want to know your own story? My own story? I just came to pick up my aunt. What happened before you went to the island? I learned from my mother. Heh, hesitant and unable to answer, huh? I've opened the road to the finish line for you. We can finally go to the factory now. This time, it's your reward for all the surprises you've given me over the years. Well, forget it. You're such a weirdo. Your words are always so nonsensical. I hope we can part ways here. He he he. That's right, that's right. This island might really be the last time we meet. A path has been opened somewhere. Wouldn't it be nice if that glow of light just now was, infinite run speed unlocked? You see, this is the real reason then why she walks the way she does. She's half whale. Oh, that was cancel. Second to cancel then. Oh, all that reading. Out of my way, Pelican, the way's finally open. And a great big red moon that hasn't changed its position in the sky. Force field's gone. It's been 4 hours and 16 minutes. Spring water, good. Nuh-uh, spring water. There's a cat. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna give my poor suffering throat a break and take a BRB real quick here. Give you guys some meowing cat to keep you company. I got plenty of tea, plenty of water, so I won't be too long for this BRB. And she'll be back momentarily. Okay, that's enough of me delaying the inevitable. If all we have is a factory left, then we're almost done with the game. I don't know how much is going to be left in the factory, but we've done all the backtracking part. We've done all the big lore dump part right before the end, so this can't be much longer, surely. We've got more of these guys around here that hatched out of the eggs. More of the birds, which she claims look like fetuses. But I don't know about that. Cat. A kitten crouched here, looking a little hungry. Do I have to feed it? Do I feed it a fetus bird? If you had suitable food, you can feed it to it. Let me take the special infinite water. Woo! Sign points to the ruins of the factory. What sign? I'm looking at a caw. If you have enough time, you can go check it out. If I have enough time, what choice do I have? Abandoned pipes are oozing liquids of red, yellow, and blue, the three primary colors. These liquids seem to be able to stain other objects. Puzzle solution? I have no objects I want to die. There's a very prominent sign to the exterior wall of the building. It reads, the R&D department for the Island Spring water products is off limit to non-R&D personnel. R&D personnel, please face the security camera at the entrance when entering the building. Thank you for your cooperation. The door is very sturdy. It's made from a single piece of metal. It's also torn wide open, so don't worry about it, miss. Went to great lengths to prevent the research and development of the spring water from being discovered by outsiders. The door is now damaged. Doubt there's any valuable items or secrets inside. After all, the factory explosion happened many years ago, and the island has long since been requisitioned by the government. The products and research findings inside are probably destroyed or lost or taken away by the government. It is said that this factory is built on the island's largest and most magic hot spring. I can finally peek inside to this broken door and see what's going on. Then let's. No more preamble. Long since lost its lining facilities, groped your way forward. After walking a while, light appeared ahead. How many layers do I have to explore? Ran over and saw a dilapidated elevator at the end, with a beam of light shining forth at the bottom. The DSC logo is all over the place. It's the same as on the playing cards, it's the same as on the book. So we've been picking up their research along the way. Letter DSC on the wall, just like the cards. It just said that lady. However, the DES lettering looks newer than the old walls of the building. It's been drawn on later. Take the elevator down, enter through the door at the bottom. One more diary page! This must be the spring pool that symbolizes the prosperity of the Outlying Islands. Just like the rumor, it's been dried up for a long time. An egg-shaped object. It appears to be growing out of the dried-up spring. But the egg seems to be empty. It's unclear what was inside it before. That looks like an egg to you? There's some information displayed on the computer. Well, if I'm gonna be reading a whole bunch of lore shit, let me get the journal lore shit first. Infinity Diary. Oh, the pages are missing! Yes! Yes! No, there's still words! Halloween 1995, the natural disaster department where I work received a letter from a small island called Lidao. Speaking of Lidao, I have quite a few memories of it. This island was very prosperous in the 70s and 80s. attracting tourists from all over the world with its tourism ministry and cultural products. But the golden age didn't last. On Halloween 1986, an explosion occurred at the factory on the island, reportedly affecting even the island's most famous hot springs. Tourism gradually declined, and the island slowly faded from people's view. It's been over 10 years since then. To get back to the point, the email was sent by a teacher on the island. It is said that a wealthy businessman, while conducting research into the island's spring water, accidentally opened a link between the island and another world. The island's environment had also become abnormal, frequently shrouded in dense fog, and in areas affected by this fog, non-humanoid creatures often appeared and harmed people. At first, I didn't pay much attention to these comments. After all, I receive urban legends every day, stories that are just meant to be laughed off. But then I saw two photos that were sent with a letter, a blurry, enormous figure and a strangely shaped footprint. I realized things are more complicated than I thought. Decide to report to my superiors. A baby. The rich man wanted blood for the baby. And we have a hatched egg here, don't we? The next day I was summoned to my superior's office. I expected to be scolded for my overreaction, but I wasn't. There were two unfamiliar men in black suits, their uniform crisp and sharp with the letters DSC embroidered on their collars. My superior was extremely humble towards them and asked me to go with them. A sudden chill ran through me. Yesterday's letter couldn't possibly be as simple as it seemed. I followed the men in black to a mysterious building where they talked and questioned me. Afterwards, they showed me some contents, and that's it. The world is truly amazing, but knowing all this obviously comes at a price, which is why I'm now a low-level employee at DSC. DSC publicly refers to itself as the National Energy Administration. Next, I joined the team handling the island incident and immediately wrote back to my teacher, telling her that the National Energy Administration would be handling the matter soon. The diary ends here, but much of the diary is torn out. There shouldn't be many more developments to come. Okay, and that opens the door. So, let's see this stuff. Spring pool dried up. An egg-shaped object. The egg's empty, what was inside before. Along the veins that spread out from the egg, some tissue clusters grew. Couldn't make out the exact shape of the tissue clusters, could sense these clusters of plant leaves were constantly absorbing some kind of substance from the surrounding environment to provide energy to the egg. Well, the clusters around have baby faces of their own. The egg is now open. The egg and these tissue clusters still retain a small amount of activity. Now let's check the computer data. It's gotta be red, yellow, blue, right? Number 3 displayed next to the monitor means a third computer. Unlocking requires a 3-digit password. Hints placed in front of the password are purple, green, yellow. Looks like orange to me. Aren't the clues right now. Come back after we find enough clues. I'm alright. You said you open. You don't open till like 8 or so. Sounds like time theft to me if the store opens at 8 and you open up at 5 in the morning, sitting 3 hours from the Mason. Anyway, better not have to go all the way back to the cruise ship where there's also a bunch of numbers on the wall that SpongeBob cleaned up. I'm not going all the way back over there. It's never going to end. What's up?
There's ice cream in the freezer in the garage and popsicles in the regular freezer.
Okay. He's trying to keep me fat.
No, it's 'cause it's hot.
It's because he's trying to keep me fat. He thinks it's hot if he keeps me fat. Two worlds, chaos and order, reality illusion, fullness and emptiness. Quit translating upside down. 3 worlds, 4 worlds, an infinite number of worlds. I saw the 3 and 4 and I was hoping it was going to give like some kind of number clue. Blue, yellow, red. It's the number 2 computer. 3-digit password required. Hints in front of the password are blue, yellow, red. How expansive is this place going to be? I don't want it to be so expansive. I want it to be done. Lens, why'd you turn off? Creature in the Petri dish escape. Petri dish? The label above reads Rubber Rooster. The best among roosters. The last 3 characters scratched off and illegible. Petri dish is feeding organisms. Amphibian electric eel. Be careful not to get caught. Not to get shocked. Remove the eel? Yeah. We'll take the eel out. She can't take the eel out without gloves or something. Exploding pufferfish. Do not try to break it while it's inflating. You'll be injured by the explosion. Take it? Yes. And thus it inflates. But I got it! I got to take the pufferfish. Did I use a pufferfish to collect the eel? No. Discharges the electricity. Don't want to get electrocuted, need to think of something. Howard! And that just loops around. I'm glad it does, because that cuts down the number of unique rooms there are then. Mother? I just realized this design is kind of vulgar, isn't it? The screen displays the following information. Snowman, gentle, and delicious? Is that right? Huh. Delicious. Hey Mason. Does this remind you of anything? Yeah, that. Does it remind you of anything?
Are you trying to say Gerald because of the eyes?
Gerald? No.
Maybe like that one SCP that's like,
No.
can't
That doesn't narrow it down, Mason. That one SCP that can't be killed. I know what you mean, but you have to understand that describes like 98% of them. An enormous creature covered in tiny, withered arms. One of its arms constantly scratching its head. Looks like its head is very itchy. Yeah, I know what you meant. The one everyone's horny for. You'd be surprised how many people are horny for 682. If they aren't horny for Mallow, they're horny for 682. Any way to help it. So I give it this exploding pufferfish. There's also a number 7 on the wall. That appears to be some shade of blue or green, depending on the light. But she can't react to it. More computers. The number one computer is missing electricity. So we gotta get the electric eel for here. Are we gonna get more rat babies? The rubber rooster! The best of the best among roosters! Screenshot. Alt tab out. Send it to this Discord. Okay, get the rooster. The rubber rooster. With a rubber-like texture. Beak is sharp and long, will peck anyone who gets close. Perhaps I could use its sharpened beak. All I've got is a pufferfish. It's perfect. Let's just let this puffed up pufferfish go there and let it peck at it. It's actually the solution. The pufferfish is out. Now to stay away from them. But since it's a rubber chicken, it's fine, right? No. It's very much not fine. I killed them both! I killed the best of the roosters and the pufferfish, but I could use its crown as a rubber glove. The pufferfish got pecked to pieces by the rubber rooster. Dead, but the pufferfish is delicious. Take it with you. I got to keep the pufferfish anyway. Rubber rooster pecked the exploding pufferfish. It was also killed by the explosion. The rubber rooster was hollow, no internal organs or a single drop of blood. Pipes was littered with fragments of the rubber rooster's carcass. The rubber rooster yeah, whatever. Redundancy. But the comb fragment looked exactly like a glove. You could take it, got the glove. Okay, let's use this glove to get the eel, and then use the eel for the number one computer. I think it looks naughty. We also haven't gone into this room yet. What if all the colors are right on that room? There's also another door to the bottom right. Too much stuff here. I don't have to read all the text about what if I use the glove. I'm using the glove. The glove is wrapping around the eel. The glove has grabbed the eel. The eel is being pulled out by the glove. You know? I could skip the incidental stuff. Oh, it's a puppy! A final card? But it's all torn up. Am I able to use this card? Card is badly damaged, but the text is legible. But I still can't take it. Text is illegible. No point bringing it along so it sits here quietly. The final card! We had 24 out of 25, didn't we? That's the last one! Painting on the wall, contents, a little girl holding a puppy doll. Puppy plush is green ice cream cone. Little girl's features and the portrait are obscured, her face is not visible. On the pile of birthday supplies and trash below the portrait is a birthday hat made of fairly sturdy material. Take the hat? Of course you're gonna take the hat. Poochie! One-eyed dog is sitting slumped here. It looks really hot, keeps sticking its tongue out. We gotta get ice cream for the boy. If we could help cool it down. She's so busy trying to help everybody else. It wants green ice cream from the ice cream hat. Does this want pufferfish to eat? No, she's still saying, what could I do for it? Eel for the power source. Oh, eel's in the glove. It's all a bunch of text about we're putting the eel in, we're closing the door, oh my goodness, the eel's zapping it, it's worked, the power's on. I don't gotta read all that. Computer stores data records, one could be open and read. Oh, it's more lore! January 1996, another colleague and I arrived at the Outlying Island advanced personnel to discuss a conduct investigation. Located a teacher, wrote the letter, and conducted a detailed investigation. We found the wealthy businessman, but he seemed clearly unwilling to cooperate and even more unwilling to let us into his own factory. Furthermore, the area around the spring, which is also part of his property, was completely sealed off by him. However, we can't force him to cooperate, given his upright business acumen. Even in simplified Chinese, they bow to reputable businessmen with influence and authority. The orders from above only instructed us to observe using DSC method. If we confirm the existence of singularities of the distorted space and distorted energy bodies of this island, then we'll send more personnel and use a tougher approach. During a few days of observation, my colleagues and I concluded that the fog of the island did indeed seem problematic. After reporting to our superiors and receiving their tacit approval, we fabricated a rumor and asked the teacher to help persuade the island's residents to leave. January 1996, wealthy businessman left in a hurry this morning, which I suspect related to a couple who died at the factory yesterday. Teacher contacted me, wanting to use the Energy Bureau's resources to adopt the couple's surviving child. Though I didn't have the authority, I generally wanted to help the sincere teacher, so I called my superiors and let them discuss it amongst themselves. I don't know what conditions the teacher agreed to, but in the end, she got what she wanted. Rumors spread, islands moved away, yada yada yada. Small number of inhabitants clung to their homes. End of the month, DSC dispatched a large number of personnel, began formal investigations. First step, investigate, clean up the abandoned factory of the wealthy businessmen, discovered a small experimental base they'd built into the ground floor. Remaining data suggests that they had been using the active energy in the hot springs to conduct research on Immortality Project. That concludes the file content on the computer. Sequel to the part 1 of the diary just found. More to fucking better not be more to come. Observable numbers appeared in the room. Oh. There's a red 9 over here. Damn it! I gotta keep track of the numbers now. Let me get a notepad file up. Red 9. Oh, foreground. Yellow 5. The 7 there was green, right? It was blue or green. Let's do... Yellow 5. It was blue until the light comes on. Blue 7. And that just goes around there. Yeah, see? It's a blue 7 until the light flashes. It's a yellow light, so it turns it green. No numbers here. And no numbers here. No numbers. And because this just loops around, we'll check back out here for some more numbers. We'll probably have to do them in order, because that's number 3. And that was a different set of numbers. So, the number 2 computer first to unlock more colors. This is very busy work. My only reward right now is more lore. But I'm pretty confident with the lore. Things got fucked up around here. We all know all the reasons why. So blue is 7. Yellow was 5, and red was 9. Most of the equipment at the base is unusable. Our department researchers are very satisfied with the ready-made laboratory. Saves them time for observation and research. Thorough exploration, anomaly in the Outlying Islands look near spring. Spring not only connects the island's underground water source, but also extends to the seabed at the deepest point, causing the anomaly to be felt throughout the entire island. Furthermore, the exploration to destroy the discovery, a large number of human infant skeletons found in the shallow layer of the spring, fused with the surrounding rock layers and difficult to separate. Experts pointed out that the remains were only from the last 10 years, not very old. So that is the head nurse's doing. This reminded us of the horrific international case of the missing pregnant women more than a decade ago. The pregnant ewes, and not just the lambs. Our team's senior professor told me that the singularity on the outlying island connects to the same space as singularities he discovered in other locations. When certain conditions are met, the so-called door opens, and the key to the outlying islands is mist. They speculate that the reason for using this mist as a medium might be because the initial medium for opening the spatial rift of the outlying islands was the hot spring. Like I've said before, it's aerosolized spring. In the mysterious space, there's no clear boundary between the spiritual and physical entities. They can transform into each other at any time. Furthermore, time and space are not bound by any constraints here. They're constantly changing. The changes within space are directly related to the strength the spiritual fluctuates within it. Professor said if we could understand and control the forces and strange substances within this mysterious space, humanity could overcome many problems such as energy, life, the transformation of time and space, elimination of disease. The goal of the National Energy Administration is the better development of the humanity. Professor's passion stirred my heart. Exploration of follows will be dangerous for us, regardless of experience level, because of singularity is same as strange creatures and anomalies. No, strange creatures and assimilates. And the location is constantly shifting. Each member of our team has a deck of cards, similar to playing cards, containing information on all known energy sources. So we can find countermeasures quickly if we encounter them and minimize casualties. Hence the 25 cards we've been collecting. During the 2 years of exploration on the islands, I was lucky. At least I didn't lose any limbs. We successfully discovered many new energy entities, which were new individuals that had split off the original space. They carry the unique emotions of the island. I have more good news, getting promoted to recorder. No longer junior explorer. Able to gather more information, understand more of the core content. Contents end here. More to come. A button clicked from afar. Okay. And in doing so, more colors became available. We got the yellow 6 here. Orange 6. Where were the rest? Green and pink. Nothing's become more visible here. Though I should have saved this for last on the off chance that if there was a final color, it'd be right next to the computer it needs. Still missing the opportunity to put a new color there. Still can't help the giant monster that looks like a giant hairy clitoris. It does, okay? You can't say it doesn't. 9. Does the eyeball have a number on it? The eyeball's not appearing anymore. It's very erotic. Isn't it, MP? That's a lot of giant babies. We have a 9 on that one. A 5 over here. The only new number we've illuminated is a 6. Would have thought there'd be something around here. No colors, no numbers. I'm not blind, I don't see any. And of course I can't get through here yet. 2 green lights now, we just need one final one in the third computer before it could wake up the mother room. The only new color I have is 6. I need green and purple. Could I combine the values? Red and blue make purple. Yellow and blue would make green. No. I don't have enough information to put in a code, so she's not letting me. I could feed food to the cat. I got fish now. Kitten looks very happy. Ate the puffered fish in big mouthfuls. In no time, so we got the skeleton. We ended up with fish skeleton. Observable numbers appeared in the surrounding areas. Again? Oh, purple 8. Okay. Purple 8. So we have 2 numbers. We have 2 numbers, right? That means that I could brute force the third number. I don't need to wait for the third color to manifest. I don't need the third color. I got orange 6 and purple 8. That's all I need. The fishbone is a comb. I give the comb to the giant hairy clitoris. It scratches its scalp with the comb, and in gratitude, the final number appears. And now it's combing its hair. Oh, the dandruff is falling onto me. The dandruff is gonna fall into the cup. Yeah. Dandruff into the hat. So it becomes shaved ice. And we know that the dog wants the green flavored shaved ice. We're gonna get the shaved ice color before we read the big fucking diary entry. Which we can't do anyway, because we'll probably get the number from the dog. So lots of back and forth. Blue and yellow time. Red plus blue, red plus yellow, blue plus yellow. We didn't have more numbers appear, did we? I was mashing through, not paying attention. It's 2:07 now, I've got less than 2 hours! If I don't want to miss the dank. This really is just back and forth busy work. Gotta get the 3 diary entries before I'm allowed to proceed, so the game knows I'm getting all the lore. Gotta do some busy work puzzles to make sure that I get the time in game. And now it's green number 4. Green 4, 6, 8, and 4. But I still can't get this final card. Time and space are also in flux, so with luck, we'll get some timey-wimey and be able to get that. Unless that's me. Unless that's my true form, as an already dead girl bound to this island. Green, not green, purple, green, orange. Purple, green, orange is 8, 4, 6. Okay, final diary entry. 1998, this better be the final one. Google Lens is so unreliable. March 1998, the springs of the animals completely dried up. A staunchly 3-meter long egg grew from the exposed spring head. The egg was surrounded by vascular vines, which were connected by countless tiny infant skeletons. Haphazard accumulation and spread of these skeletons looked utterly bizarre. The children are pitiful. International police have already been there and closed the case. They are indeed linked to the multiple transnational human trafficking cases. Thanks for nothing, head nurse. Because of the different departments, I can't ask further. I can only say that these corpses were absolutely nothing to do with the monsters. Because the egg is unique, and we have never found a similar event anywhere else, and because there are abnormal fluctuations and singularities within the egg. After discussion at DSA leadership, it was decided we would temporarily treat this egg as an observer, allowing it to grow naturally without interference. After 4 long year wait, on the night of 2002, the island's egg opened on its own, and a far cry for a child had suddenly emerged from within. A humanoid baby girl had been born from the egg. The first person to hold the baby was Dr. Last, who named the girl Thread, because the blood moon that night was redder than usual. The blood moon is pretty red right now. And the red mole under the eye. After heated discussions, we finally adopted Dr. Last's suggestion that Scarlet would be raised and educated like a human child. So we're getting the names Line, Scarlet, and Thread so far for the same person. It's just a Google Translate that can't keep up. Line's growth rate was no different from that of a human infant, but as time went on, the non-human genes of her body gradually increased, causing everyone to unconsciously distance themselves from her. Only Dr. Last treated Scarlet like his own child, teaching her life skills and learning techniques. Someone had warned him not to invest too much emotion into his experimental subject, but he didn't seem to listen. 2013. We acquired a state-of-the-art brain imaging recorder capable of monitoring biological dreams, which we applied to Faye. She's Faye now, and if she's Faye, she's us. We then discovered that the girl entered a dream state, her dream naturally connected to the singularity on the island, and the spirit of Xian could freely transform into physical entities within it. Each physical entity's form was different, and its appearance seemed to depend on the original physical entity and the fluctuating emotions obsessed within the space. When inheriting an obsession, the scene's experience will be different depending on the obsession, and the appearance of the resident's encounter with the singularity will also be affected by Faye's subjective consciousness each time. Therefore, beside the energy source, other things within it might merge with Scarlet's understanding. When Scarlet is killed or assimilated by energy beings or residents encountered within the singularity, the physical entity would experience symptoms such as rapid heartbeat, high blood pressure, and shortness of breath. However, after the spiritual energy dissipates with the singularity, it will return to its original state, often accompanied by some memory loss. But after the spiritual energy recovers, it will continue the individual's obsession until the end. So basically, it's justifying how Faye could be killed by monsters. In her dream state, I guess? She's in a dream state connected to the island? Has a little bit of amnesia, and then continues on her obsession. The game. The obsession in this case being either helping everybody out with their petty bullshit quests, or we gotta find the ant. We gotta find the ant and get compensation. The lines... Could you quit bouncing around? The lines, I think they mean phase, spiritual power, and time within the singularity seem to influence each other somewhat. What is one night in the real world is equivalent to a few hours or even months in the singularity, depending on the length of each obsession mission she completes. We've been completing lots of obsession missions. That concludes the file on your computer. This is the third installment. Fucking hell, there's more to come! Button, all buttons activated. Ugh. I don't like big lore drop games, you know? I don't like unlocking the data files, unlocking the audio logs, things like that. I find that a weak way of doing stories in games. But a game like this wants to be the kind of game where you're picking up snippets of lore. Unclear whether the organisms of Petrich are alive. Couldn't make out the creature look like. I can go up and down, so I should keep my eye out for cards that aren't broken. Blurry mass of matter, indistinct. Can't see clearly, no interest of the Petri dishes. Not even this one? Well, she stopped reading, so I guess she is done with them. Number 4. Damn it. This better be the last one. After discussion among senior leaders, it was decided we confine the egg-shaped girl, Scarlet, to the special Petri dish. Though simulated environment and drug injections, we will keep her in a state of slumber. This will allow us to continually explore the singularities on the isolated island using brain imaging system. Because the spiritual energy of line, again, line, thread, scarlet, and fey, are all the same word that the Google Translate is using different, like, what is it? Thesaurus kind of same word, different meaning thing. So Google Translate keeps bouncing around. Because Thread's spiritual energy is virtually indestructible to singularities. It can regenerate infinitely. So, go ahead, die as much as you want, get all the CGs. We can fully observe and record the damage, assimilation process, and manner of death caused by the energy entities on the island to the line, to Fae, which can also reduce casualties among DSC members. That's why they call Fae the chosen detector. Unfortunately, this brain imaging system is not powerful enough, and we're unable to observe the scenes that Faye travels through, and changes in those scenes during the process. After this decision was made, Dr. Last strongly protested and opposed it. The doctor said that Faye was a child born of compassion for all living beings on the island, no different from humans. She came here for love and redemption, not this dark and hopeless prison. After his protest failed, the doctors tore up the record and left in despair, left in anger, and returned less than a week later. None of us knew what he had gone through. He suddenly looked much older and his position had changed. Was he the old man at the hotel? He's just a cleaner at our base now. The only thing that hasn't changed is his kind smile. The egg girl has been observed for 12 years, but her female characteristics have remained at around 20 years old and stopped growing after 2022. So that's why she's got the weird body proportions, the long spider legs, because she's a monster. She's a monster local to this island. It's been 29 years since we first took over the island in 1996. During our time on the island, we've been trying to persuade the diehards to evacuate. Although the evacuation subsidies have been increasing every year, there are still a few people who do not listen. The older residents have also grown old and died over these 29 years. Among the remaining residents, we found a small number of them age much more slowly than the average person. Regardless of circumstances, as the fog encroaches and the singularity continues to expand, we're increasingly unable to guarantee the safety of residents. Now, we at DSC are issuing a final evacuation notice to all residents of the island and their families. The last day of this month will also be the last departure day for the island. If we don't evacuate, we'll be left behind forever. Contents end here. Doesn't seem to be any further content. No more content, that's it! We're free! The game is finally over! Once we get to credit. Oh, don't tell me I'm gonna get more cutscene. Glass candlestick, which had never been lit up before, lit up. It's lit up a couple of times, once each time we die. Which has never lit up before, huh? Now, it was the old man who gave me this candlestick. That's me! That's me in my glass petri dish. There's a girl in the petri dish. Aren't I a beaut? Well, I guess she was right, though. She was right, I was wrong. She wasn't the corpse in the sewer after all. She really was pranked. This is... It doesn't want to translate, but I would bet good money. I would bet MP's porridge money that she's saying me. But when it's... Don't tell. When it's one small character by itself, It seems to... Something stuck in my throat. Seems to blur too much to want to be translated. What if I put my hand over it to try to make it less blurry? Either way, it's her. We know it's her. Yeah. Am I allergic to you or something? The truth is apparently suffocating me. The DSC doesn't want me to find out. Researcher A, this time the obsession experience he's the longest on record. Researcher B, yes, thanks to him made another discovery. However, this time, its life fluctuations are stronger than before. It's somewhat abnormal. Don't worry about it, after all, we can't observe the scenarios it experienced. Maybe it was frightened by the strange scene. You're right, ha ha ha. Oh, there's Dad. Professor Last, who adopted us, didn't want us to be used as some experiment observer. I once told Green, in the confinement zone of life, the cracks left after all the struggles, the light of dawn will shine into everything. If it just goes to credits, oh, she's cracked out of her cage. And then credits. Credits as we escape. Credits as we escape. Thank you very much for playing. Grateful. Or thanks, I guess, to these guys. So, I guess the only thing left for me to do then is to go back and collect all the deaths, which I could do in my own time. I mean, we could do it now. There's an hour and a half until Dank Movie Night. Maybe if we collect all the deaths, then we'll get that final card of ourself. But so far, I've made my thoughts of the game rather known. We got a post-credit after witnessing Luna's impending death. I always thought I was lucky. 6 hours after leaving the island by boat, a sudden storm swept everyone on the ship ashore on the island. Whatever. It's even more strange than the Outlying Islands. I don't know what the island had been through. All the creatures on the island are female. Oh no, they are attacking us. Snoo snoo! Run. That feels more like... And the scientists from the diaries who had escaped after the initial disaster had died. More so than a sequel hook, there's another island. But honestly, they got something here. They got the whole DSC thing, where there is a government organization that's tracking, studying, researching these anomalies. The character design and art is pretty nice. Sometimes little elements of the background has me wondering, is it AI, is it not? I think I recognize some of these tiles and some of these clutters. But for the most part, I think that the monster designs and character designs do seem, at the very least, human creativity made. So they certainly have their strength. The weaknesses are that the game is slow as balls. They can make the walk speed a whole lot faster. And nobody's going to complain. If anything, like I said before, all of the... unanimously, everybody agrees the walk speed is way too slow. And most of the negative reviews are quite right in the puzzles are a whole lot of busy work. I think they just gotta trim it down. Every adventure game is puzzles of some sort, right? And they all run from the spectrum of the very rare, perfectly paced, to some busy work, too much busy work, too much busy work. This one definitely falls closer to the way too much busy work spectrum. I kind of get what they're going for, you know, because they do want you to experience the world and be in it. The more puzzles you have to do, the more back and forth across the map you have to do. And if you're going back and forth across the map, you're exposing yourself to monsters, which are very creepy at the very start, but then very quickly become puppy dogs. When you learn how easy it is to get around them, how death is super cheap. In the dev response to criticisms in the Steam discussion forum, he always cites, it's my limitations, my limitations. I gotta make this compromise, that compromise. But if they were to make something like this, again, not so much like expand on the world, but take the idea of there's weird anomalies that are seen throughout the world. Here's another such story. Give us the creepy images, you know. The aesthetic stuff they're good at. Just up the walk speed a little bit the next time. Trim down the puzzles a little bit. Puzzle use is okay, but it really was just overboard. Especially the cruise ship. The cruise ship really was the worst. The cruise ship is why I started so worried today, because I didn't know how many stages were left. Just hospital, house, backtracking, and factory. Wasn't too much, but it still took us 5.5 hours almost to finish up the game. Cruise ship had me so worried that it was going to be double the time today. I was straight up expecting it to be another 7, 8, 9 hour thing if they did another horrendous thing like the cruise ship. Where's the autosave take me over here? So I could go back and collect all the deaths. I don't think there's anything that kills me here. The factory, the final part of the game, is very safe. So since I have an hour and a half before I want to be finished, shall we just collect all the deaths there are to get? That means going back to all the bosses that we endeavored to survive. Means going back to every room with monsters. It means walking slow as tits. But since the strength of the game is the aesthetics, the CGs, it does kind of behoove us to appreciate all the ones we haven't seen then. With the quickness. Okay, on the bigger maps it's actually pretty quick, but imagine if that was the default, even if half of that. If half of that was the default speed. So if they were to make a sequel, I'd encourage it. They just gotta tighten up a few things, and it would be an alright mid-grade adventure game. There's plenty of room in the world for more mid-grade stuff. Mid-grade stuff is still good, it's still a pleasant experience. But because of the various downsides to the game, I would have to put this at just a little bit less than mid. It's definitely scaffolded by all the art. It's definitely the high mark of the game. but then the rest of the experience does drag it down. Shall we play Gunma Kai? I still gotta do my Secret Jizo 1cc, MP. And because Secret Jizo 1cc requires me to die at least once at the very start of the game, and then play the exact rest of the game deathless to get to Secret Jizo, to get the chance of trying a 1cc, I'm spacing out my attempts. If I do it too much, then I'm gonna get frustrated. Because it's so many things I have to do before I get another chance of doing it. But I've been getting closer. The last attempt I gave it, I got down to 23 HP for Jizo. And that's not too bad, having not touched the game in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to keep on chipping away at it, but it's going to be a sporadic thing every now and again to make sure I keep my spirits high. But Jizo will be finished. It just knocks her down in one hit. I do kind of like how the later bosses don't give you the 2 to 3 hits die, they do just give you 1 hit KO if you get caught by them. But there does need to be some actual consequence. Because right now, if you get caught by the boss and die, that's basically rushing through the game. We got caught by this woman already. Turns out this isn't us after all, it's just the illusion. But she does look a lot like us. One hit. The titty hole when she gets shot is so funny. That's just her amnesia stuff when a boss kills her. Turns me into a Silent Hill nurse doll. Her groin becomes her head. Has no effect on animals, only on humans. But it's kind of comforting to know that she actually isn't dying now. This is only... It's only the dream state that she's experiencing. So I'm merely mentally torturing her over and over again. As a perfect anomaly observer. The candle's very judgmental. Only eats animals, but turns humans into a host for its eggs. Turning it into another one of itself. It's pretty interesting looking at the ecology of these creatures. Which ones affect humans and animals alike? Which ones only affect animals, only affect humans? So they've certainly put some thought into the kind of logic of these monsters and how they affect the environment around them. Eats animals, turns humans into another of its own. I think I'm going to say that there's no way an AI could have made an anatomical chart like this. Have you seen AI make anatomical charts? It keeps sucking at it. There was even an image going around recently about, like, an AI medical chart about how a menstrual cup is used. And not only did it put the menstrual cup inside the uterus, it put a spine inside the uterus, all the rest of the cutaway parts are all weird. So this would have required a human to draw out, okay, here's these guts over there. Got some kidney-like things over here, brain matter over there. You tell an AI to make some kind of human Nautilus combination thing. It's not gonna get that clean. You're getting a submarine somehow. Latex needle lady, let's get caught by you. Oh no. She's become another kinky latex girl. She's gonna be very popular on Blue Sky now. Animals, no effect. Women become other latex girls. Men is just death. It's kind of a shame that I skipped all the ones that I did in my foolish efforts to not die. Because how many do we need now? I skipped a few up ahead. Maybe these are the new monsters that show up. Let's see how many I could find easily. Because a lot of them we've seen before. A lot of the new ones we've seen too. Anything new over in this side? No. Because that's as far as that goes. Few monsters over at the school. Have we gotten crushed by the boss of the school yet? I don't think we have. No, I guess we did, because he's not here anymore. If you don't survive the boss, and you get caught by the boss, then all that happens is you show up at the bench or whatever the last save was. Be like, huh? What's going on? Alright. And then the boss merely vanishes. So there's zero actual consequence to getting killed. And sure, in story it makes some sense because she's not actually dying. She's an outside observer who's experiencing this in a dream state. But it'd be nice if there was some consequence, you know, if you had to, like... if you had to survive the boss. If getting killed makes you go back to save. And you have to keep on trying. I'm sure that would have been within the dev's abilities. There's that weird kid on the stairs again. And there's nothing else on this floor. Wink, wink, wink. The monsters around here, I can't remember. Because the room down just has snail, and the snail's harmless. This room's got nothing. That's right. It's got Flute Boy. Yeah, see? In a smaller room, it's not a very big difference of speed. So it's definitely faster outside than inside. This room is broken, you can't use it. Okay, so I got all the school monsters. I don't think the size makes any difference. Is there a new monster in the cafeteria? Maybe it is worth looking at old rooms to find new monsters. Nothing new over here. And nothing new in the art or music room, right? No new monsters. Just booty. Come to think of it, other side of Misted Mountain also had floors full of eyeballs. Is that an indicative marker, the eyeball floors? I've already got other side of Misted Mountain uninstalled, because even though there's achievements left to gain in that thing was so extraordinarily obvious and extraordinarily bad when it came to its AI. But it is true that it also had eye floors. So, maybe it's using it for the background? It really is at a consistent speed. Outdoors, big map, she's flying all over the place. Indoors, she's going so slow even with the enhanced speed. The good news is that while this ship is big, and this ship has a lot of deaths to collect, we got most of the stuff done now. And that fish is also something of a mini-boss kind of character. It's one of those characters that once it kills you, it doesn't reappear. So it's not a boss, but it does have the same, if it kills you, it's gone for the rest of the game that bosses have. Now, wasn't that a face that a mother could love? And I don't think there's anything on the right here. To the right is just the front of the ship, and the front of the ship has nothing. Yeah, no monsters, no business. We never were able to get into the cargo hold. But I guess I can't be too upset about that now, because the ship is already way too big as it is. And not only is it way too big, but the puzzles have you going up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down to constantly exchange one item for another item for another item for another item for another item to unlock another item. I'm surprised a beast this big wasn't one-hit KO. And there's nothing at the periscope room. I think I had an ex who looked like that once. Another sexist monster. Women become another one of it. Men just get killed. Wait. Did that have the same strap as her? Not that one, not that one. Well, these aren't in order. Well, it's got a strap, just not necessarily the same strap. So maybe the Institute is wrong about whether it affects men or women. She wears a strap with her bag, and so it only targets people who's got bag straps. I've also got the cards for everybody except for myself. But because it only uses the numerical code and not the names, I gotta go through and hunt down which one that was number by number. Nobody's got time for that. That's another complaint people have with the game in the simplified Chinese reviews, is that, why didn't you just put names for the cards? It's all numbers. And because they're all numbers, it's a pain in trying to find the card you want to look at. They do have their competency, just gotta tighten it up for the next one. I'm running out of monsters though. We got a few more up above. There's what? There's a boss. There's the aggressive woman. I don't think there's anything else on B floor. B floor is just SpongeBob and back up. So was it just two things here? The aggressive woman, No, there's a new enemy. Right, what are the new enemies is upstairs. So there's at least 3. Is that the hermit crab from later? Is that foreshadowing? Is that the same hermit crab that goes into the broken ship? What if it is? What if that is continuity? I don't think it is, but that'd be pretty cool if it was. Where am I going? Up. Okay, let's get the aggressive woman first. Also treated as something as something of a mini boss, because after getting killed, she vanishes. And now all the way back up for 2 more deaths. I find it interesting that when you get to the end, and the candle lights up, it specifically says the candle has never been lit before. After reloading, we had 1 death registered, which means the candle has, in fact, been lit before. And in fact, you can get to that point with so many deaths, which means so many times the candle got lit. What a beautiful Cleone. Though maybe that's part of the amnesia process. Or maybe she never saw the candle light up because of the aforementioned, yeah, she died. And the boss itself, Diet the Clown, then I could leave. You would have thought the red, yellow, blue squid would have been something for a puzzle. There's plenty of puzzle potential stuff that never manifested. This one's actually pretty gory. Makes her all veiny, then compresses her into a ball to join all the other veiny balls in the area. No turns you went to more of their own for that one, just straight up death. And that means the cruise ship is done. So then department store, hotel. And that might be all of them. I'll have to see how many I'm missing after finishing off the department store and the hotel. Meow. Okay, old man, we found the truth about us. No more words between us. A satisfied smile on the strange man's face. Now to hunt some more deaths. Who have we got? We got this guy. We got fish upstairs. Just this guy and the fish, right? Yeah, just this guy and the fish. And I've already searched the other stores, and the other stores didn't have any new bosses. Check the toy store, right? Yeah, check the toy store where it has the Baphomet in there. So a quick couple of deaths here. Actually closer to her true form, considering it's slightly mermaid-esque. We never bought anything for the vending machine guy this entire time. There's nothing he could ever sell. That's probably an RPG Maker artifact where if you put a shop in, you have to have a buy or sell. Maybe? I don't know why there's a sell option, you can never sell anything. Just health that doesn't matter, speed that's hardly useful. And then you get infinite speed at the end anyway. Okay, hotel, let's start with the boss. The hotel with the greatest tragedy. Having to melt the rat baby. Just for French fries. Just for French fries. So not only can the puzzles be toned down some, they definitely put too many in just to artificially extend certain sequences. But, things like the rat baby and things, they could definitely simplify. Like, the entire point of the rat baby is you need the French fries to feed it to the seagull, so the seagull drops a key. But you can't just pick up the French fries, because French fries alone are gross and need ketchup. But if the entire point of the French fries is you're just trying to feed a seagull, then the ketchup doesn't matter. So either skip a step, except they don't want to skip a step because they still want the grotesquerie of the rat baby. Which, in that case, they could make it where you put the French fry down with the seagull, but strangely enough, the seagull doesn't seem interested. Why isn't the seagull interested? Maybe it wants French fries? Or maybe it wants ketchup? And then you have a reason to turn the rat baby into goo? A little more logical advances, because logically, why wouldn't you just grab the French fries? Sauce or no sauce? if you just want to trick a bird with it. And remember these. The pitchers of water they have at the hotel. So you could walk slightly fast out of your room, and that's it. Also, strangely, one-hit KO those ones. To think, how much time did I waste by reloading to an earlier manual save? Because I was thinking, oh no, what if there are multiple endings? What if you do get a worse ending by getting too many deaths, by getting boss deaths? I could always come back and get these deaths later. Let's try to do it with only the one death we got before, but all bosses done pure. Didn't matter at all. Wasted my time. Nothing in this room, that's right. But I haven't checked the bathrooms. The bathrooms might have new monsters. Oh, that one's new. We got Patrick Star here. Oh, that's not a monstrosity, that's just pregnancy. Should I check all the bathrooms to make sure there's no bonus monsters in them? There's a few bathrooms in the hotel we can check that we haven't. But I'm not gonna, that's too much effort. As far as my reckoning knows, it should be the last monster. And now that we got what should be the last monster, how many am I missing? I'm afraid to check. How many holes am I gonna have? So far, we have. Is it every last one of them? Oh, that's every last one of them! Cool! So we got all the monsters after all. Full completion. All the deaths, all the monsters, all the CGs. Which means that's basically all the content there is to see for the game. We got all the lore stuff because the game wants you to get all the lore stuff as a mandatory experience. So the story we saw front to finish, it'd just be the cards then. There's just a card. We got 25 out of 26, wasn't it? And the final missing card was her own card. Because her own card was full of holes, and so she couldn't read the text. Could I teleport back over to the house and see what the pelican has to say? He was only counting the diaries. He was counting the cards too? But after getting over 20, he gave me the infinite run potion prize. And then stopped counting cards. Lens, translate. Story, the real story began. Journey forward, that's it. So he's not even counting the cards anymore. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26? Hold on. "22, 24, 26, 27? Hold on. Had 20 some then, collected a few more. So maybe that's it. So maybe that's just all the cards there are then. So maybe we have fully gotten every single bit of content therein. I was confused because I thought the bird said 25 or 26 total. And I got a little bit more than that. So maybe he had meant up to that point, maybe I counted wrong? Google Lens, did you count wrong? When the bird said how many cards, or did I misinterpret his meaning? Because the only card left now is this incomplete one. Thought for sure, timey-wimey, maybe we'd pick it up, fix the dog. Oh, you know what? Number 4999. We're the ultimate anomaly. Harmless. We have a hazard level of 0. That's us. The greasy seaweed hair. That's me. This is my Poochie. But since that is it, since there really is nothing left to do in the game, let's admire this ending, or this title screen for one final time. Because once again, the art is definitely pretty good when it comes to the monster designs. They do some pretty nice, creepy creatures. And the graphs, little infographics for how the creatures propagate, how they interact, little cutaway views of the diagrams. That stuff is pretty cool too. And that was, of course, the appeal for playing this game in the first place. But that's it. The game's been conquered. The game has been thoroughly exhausted to completion. And tragically, the best I gotta say is it's alright. It's okay. It definitely has an art direction that pulls everything together. And there goes a bit rate now that I've gone to the end screen. 3,000, 2,000. The stream itself is telling me to hurry it up already. So, and then 700! Oh, it really is giving up on me right now. Alright, before the stream completely dies, let me go raid Punchy. Because Punchy is doing his first full stream since quitting his job. His government job that he's had all this time. To do full-time streaming. Big risk that. So let's go give Punchy some support. Now, unlike some people, he hasn't been foolish about this. You know, he's a numbers guy. He runs the numbers. He's doing a marathon stream to celebrate quitting his job, so let's go say hello to him. And so thank you guys for hanging out. Been wanting to touch this game since sometime last year. A little bit disappointed with it in some ways. Glad to have touched it though. So we'll see what the next horizon is. For now, stick around for the raid, say hi to Punch, and I'll catch you guys around next time. Take care.
コブラツイスト タワーブリッジ筋肉バスター4の字固めバックドロップアバッチの竹地エルボードロップエルボースタンプベルリンの赤い雨それでもダメときゃ火事場のクソ力